Hare Krishna, everyone. Welcome to our day two of Gita Jayanti celebration. Wish you all a very happy Gita Jayanti. Before we begin today's day, let us invoke auspiciousness by these prayers. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschata Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Gita Jayanti is the auspicious day of the advent of Srimad Bhagavad Gita. This is a day on which Lord Krishna imparted the essence of Vedic knowledge to Arjuna over 5,000 years ago and enlightened him about the ultimate goal of life. Bhagavad Gita literally means a song of the Supreme Lord. The purpose of Bhagavad Gita is to deliver mankind from the darkness of material existence. Arjuna was in a very difficult situation because he had to fight the battle with his own relatives, which he almost gave up on the war. Lord Krishna showed him the real purpose of life and explained all parts of life. Most importantly, Krishna told Arjuna the only way to get rid of all sins and go back to Krishna is by surrendering to him. Devotees, the way Arjuna surrendered to Krishna, let us also surrender to Krishna and pray at his lotus feet for pure devotion and to go back to him. With that, we are starting today's program. We are going to recite the entire Bhagavad Gita today, all the 700 verses and the translations. So before we begin, we have Gita Mahatmya. Her Grace Nandavinodini Mataji will be reciting these verses. Hare Krishna Mataji.
Hare Krishna Mataji.
Over to you.
Thank you, Mataji. Gita Mahatmya by Adi Shankaracharya. Gita Shastram Midam Punyam Ya Patet Prayatapaman Vishnu Padam Avapnoti Bhayashoka Divarjitaha. One who with a regulated mind recites with devotion this Bhagavad Gita scripture, which is the bestower of all virtue, will attain to a holy abode such as Vaikuntha, the residence of Lord Vishnu, which is always free from the mundane qualities based on fear and lamentation. Gita Dhyana Yana Sillasya Pranayama Parashayacha Neva Shanti Papani Purva Janma Kritani Cha. If one reads Bhagavad Gita very sincerely and with all seriousness, then by the grace of the Lord, the reactions of his past misdeeds will not act upon him. Malin mochanam pumsam jalasnanam dine dine Sakrit Gitamrita Snanam Samsara Malasna Nashanam. One may cleanse himself daily by taking a bath in water. But if one takes a bath even once in the sacred Ganges water of Bhagavad Gita, for him the dirt of material life is altogether vanquished. Gita Sugita Kartavya Kim manne shashtra vistare Ya swayam padmanabhasya Mukha padmad vinisritaha. Because Bhagavad Gita is spoken by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one need not read any other Vedic literature. One need only attentively and regularly hear and read the Bhagavad Gita. In the present age, people are so absorbed in mundane activities that it is not possible for them to read all the Vedic literatures. But this is not necessary. This one book, Bhagavad Gita, will suffice because it is the essence of all Vedic literatures, and especially because it is spoken by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Bharatamrita sarvasvam Vishnu vaktrad vinishritam Gita gangodakam pitva Punarjanma na vidyate. By drinking the Ganga water of the Gita, the divine quintessence of the Mahabharata emanating from the holy lotus mouth of Lord Vishnu, one will never take rebirth in the material world again. In other words, by devotionally reciting the Gita, the cycle of birth and death is terminated. सर्वोपनिषदो गावो दुग्धा गोपालनन्दनः पार्थो वत्सा सुधीर्भोक्ता dugdam gītāmritam mahat. All the Upanishads are like a cow, and the milker of the cow is Lord Sri Krishna, the son of Nanda. Arjuna is the calf, the beautiful nectar of the Gita is the milk, and the fortunate devotees of fine theistic intellect are the drinkers and enjoyers of that milk. Ekam shastram devaki putra getam, eko devo devaki putra eva, eko mantrastasya namni yani, karmapi ekam tasya devasya seva. There need be only one holy scripture, the divine Gita sung by Lord Sri Krishna. Only one worshipable Lord Sri Krishna. Only one mantra, his holy name, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And only one duty, devotional service unto that supreme worshipable Lord Sri Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Mataji. That was a very beautiful recitation and a great start for our program today. Next, we have Aladini Radha Mataji. Mataji will be giving us a summary of from chapter 1 to chapter 6. So devotees, the way it's going to be is first we're going to have 6 chapters summary, and then devotees will recite those chapters. Hare Krishna Mataji.
Hare Krishna Mataji. So sorry, I'm confused. Yeah. So the 18th chapter of the Gita are divided into the 3 section of 6 chapter. So the first section is a Karma Yoga, and I will give the higher level of overview of the first section, Karma Yoga. And after the higher view, I will give you the each chapter and share 3 points of essence. So, Karma Yoga means to perform one prescribed duty and offering them to the Supreme Lord. Such work done with a detachment from a result is specifically called Nishkarm Karma Yoga, which consists of jnana or knowledge developed by such work. Seeing the army on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, Arjuna became overwhelmed with compassion for his relatives and gave a various reason why he cannot fight. Responding to Arjuna's concern, Krishna first gave him to the knowledge of the soul, Sankhya, and says that doing one's prescribed work gives happiness, either in a victory or a defeat. Krishna then recommended doing such works with a detachment by which one attains study knowledge. This process is called Nishkarma Karma Yoga. Arjuna get confused about which of the two, renunciation and action, is better. Krishna explained that action based on Niskarma Karma Yoga is preferable to premature renunciation based on Jnana Yoga. Even if Arjuna is qualified for renunciation, he should still do Nishkarma Karma Yoga to set the right example. Krishna also warned about lust and formidable enemy for the path of yoga. Then Krishna teach transcendental knowledge about himself, his divine descent, reciprocation with devotees, creation, and so on. Understanding which many liberated souls did not their work with detachment. A karma yoga or a detached worker, although working, does not inquire reaction. All kind of sacrifices work culminate in the knowledge by which one can renounce action. Arjuna again get confused about Krishna simultaneously emphasis on karma yoga and renunciations. Krishna again clarified that they both are not contradictory and are the same, but karma yoga is easier. A nishkarma karma yoga can be true sannyasi and be free from all the bondage and attain liberation, Then Krishna briefly mentioned about Ashtanga Yoga and the supremacy of Bhakti Yoga. Then Krishna speak of Jnana Yoga and Ashtanga Yoga that has two stages, beginning and advance. The various practice of Ashtanga Yoga are aimed at attaining the perfection of realization, the super soul. In yoga, it is necessary to control the mind by practice and detachment. Karma Yoga is a more practical and easier method for Arjuna. However, Bhakti Yoga is the topmost yogi. Although although Krishna described Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Ashtanga Yoga in the first 6 chapters of the Gita, the main emphasis of this section is Karma Yoga, Nishkarma Yoga, contained within the Jnana and culminate in Ashtanga Yoga. And now I would like to share 3 essence of each chapter for a better understanding in our life. So, first chapter, the real compassion sometimes become misplaced compassion. So, the example, when Arjuna stand in the middle of the battlefield and seeing his grandfather Bhishma, teacher Dronacharya, his cousin and his friend, his heart becomes so soft and he's filled with compassion and sadness. uh, this shows a very important truth. Arjuna is not unwilling because he is selfish. He is unwilling because he is too kind. Same example, I put an example for my understanding. Like I give the example of parenting. So a mother loves her child so much, so she never says no and giving whatever the child cries for. What happens next? The kids become undisciplined. So the mother thinks giving everything to kids is compassion, but actually it is spoiling the child. Second point I really liked it is attachment cover real duty. How this fits in our life. So Arjuna is attached to our relatives and does not want to fight on a battlefield because he confused about dharma, right, wrong. Sometime we also got attached about our duty and emotion, which path is right or wrong. Like example, shall I spend my time to go to the movie or study hard at home? Sometime good decision or right decision, is this path bring me to the closer to Krishna or taking me away from Krishna? I really like this example is Kumbhakarna. Kumbhakarna was very attached to his brother Ravana, so he fought for the wrong cause and died in the battlefield. On the other hand, Vibhishna is stick to the duty and walking to the path of Rama, and later he becomes kings of the Lanka. So this example very suits for the second point. I liked it. Yeah. And the third point, confusion became the door of surrender. How Arjuna? Arjuna reached the point where his mind is totally overwhelmed when he finally said to Krishna, I do not know what is right anymore. This is very important statement. Why? Because spiritual life began when we admit we don't know everything. I really like this point. Uh, Up until this point, Arjuna was speaking like a great warrior and a knowledgeable man and a powerful princess. But all that knowledge could not solve his inner suffering. So finally, he puts down his pride and tells Krishna to guide me. So we should also surrender to Krishna only. Then only Krishna guides begin. Look, guidance begin. I also want to add in this surrender means. Surrender means it's not a weakness. It means Krishna knows better than us always. So the chapter 2, the 3 point I like the essence of the chapter 2 is first is we all know we are not the body, we are the soul. So we need to do best for our spirit soul. And so our soul makes connection with Krishna. So first point I write down is we need to do best thing for our to make connection with Krishna. Second point I mentioned here. So now we need to know how to make connection with Krishna. Now we need to know how to work. So may we make connection with Krishna. The point I highlighted. So we have to do 3 things: selfish service, unattached result, and offering result to Krishna. So now we have 2 things. First is we have to make connection with Krishna. Now we know what we do, then we will make the connection with Krishna. And the third thing is, if we work like this throughout our life, we come out of this birth and death cycle and living in this material world, we have a peace and happiness. uh, Again, I put it the example for my realization is, if a mother teaching her child something new, like a writing, pottery training, or a table manner, anything, mother should remember the child is not just a body, he or she is a pure soul. Then mother treat her with love, respect, and patiently, not anger. So here is a point one suits here. So if we teach her daily, if she teach her daily like something, sometime he or she learn, and sometime he or she is refused, not too ready to learn. But if mother that time does not get frustrated and thinking why he is not putting effort, why he is not learning this thing, then things will be not in a line. Rather than she has to focus on her effort and responsibility, not just for the outcome. So here is a point two suits in our life. Now, what happened next? Kids started learning. So one day he or she learned. So mother will be happy and remain humble. Next day kids forgets. So that case also mother should not be get anger or sad. She should be steady and emotional balance. So here is the point three suits in my life. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, the three essence I like it most. Chapter 3 is more about Nishkarm Karma Yogi. In a simple way, what is Nishkarm Karma Yoga? Nishkarm Karma Yoga is when work combined with knowledge. That is Nishkarm Karma Yoga. So, 3 point I like it is, if we perform our work with the knowledge accordingly to that, then purified and all the contamination of our heart is gone away. Now we know we have to clear our heart and contamination is gone. What next? Now we have the contamination of heart is gone. Now we don't have to be lazy here. We have to be work for other welfares. So it means we have to be spread this Krishna consciousness mission. So other people's heart also free from the contaminations. And now 3 point I liked it is, now we are so first we did our heart clear. Now we are approaching other. Third is, now we are approaching other people. We need to be very careful here, because desire and anger are biggest enemy and it is blocking our spiritual growth. So for that, we need to follow all the regulative principle and continuously reading the scriptures. Chapter 4. Chapter 4 is the so many points essence, but 3 points I like it is, so in chapter 3 is more talk about Nishkaram Karma Yoga. Means work done with knowledge. So here is chapter 4, from where that knowledge comes from. So 3 points. We need to gain this transcendental knowledge from Guru Parampara. So if we do that, then spiritual journey is in right direction. Okay, yeah, correct. Point 3, second, sorry, second, why some so many people mostly ask why this knowledge reading is important, why we need to know this knowledge, why it is important, because we should learn this transcendental knowledge to do our work without attachment. Perfect line. Things I like it. But and the third is, now we have to work without attachment. We need to do to third point is surrender to Guru. And how we can surrender to Guru? First, we have to approaching. Second, we have to be submissive. We all know all these things, so I'm not qualified to explain all these things. And we have a inquire nature, rendering and serve as much as we can serve our Guru. Yeah, this the fourth chapter. And the chapter 5 is three essence point I like is, so in this whole universe, there is a three doers, only the three doer. No one can say I am doing it, no, only the three doer is there. Who? First is living entity, that is soul. Second, the three mode of material nature, which we all know, Sato, Tamo, Rajo. And third is Paramatma. So first point I wrote down the three doers, soul, material nature, and Paramatma. Second point, if we understand this, that there is only three doer and Paramatma is a Krishna, then only we start surrendering to Krishna and start loving devotional service. Then we start performing devotional service. And what next? Give me a second. What next? After this, we are starting devotional service. The third point, after knowing Paramatma is Krishna and we all work done by Krishna, if we continuously performing this devotional serving throughout our life, then we come out of this all kind of suffering. So first three doers, then in second point, we need to know who is the Paramatma. Paramatma is Krishna and Krishna is Paramatma, sorry. And then we'll start doing devotional service and then we do devotional service. Then we'll come out of this suffering. Chapter 5. Essence point, I wrote it down. Chapter 6, 3 essence point in is mind. Mind is very difficult to control, but if we continuously practice sadhana bhakti and detach from the sense enjoyment, we can easily control the mind. First point I wrote it down. Second point, Krishna teaching in chapter 6, if we not reaching the supreme, this is the favorite line, I liked it. Krishna teaching in this chapter 6, if we are not reaching the supreme in this life, Krishna gave guarantee in our next birth is in a devotee family, because bhakti is always protected in heart. And third point is also my favorite ones. All of the yogis, bhakti yogi is the best because bhakti yogi is selfless love. With that, I'll conclude here. And sorry if I spoke something wrong. Please forgive me and thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Mataji, that was very beautiful summary. So well you explained all the 6 chapters. Thank you so much. Next, we will start the recitation. First, we have Meera. Meera will be reciting the first section of chapter 1. Hare Krishna, Meera, over to you.
Hare Krishna, chapter 1. Observing the armies on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Dhritarashtravacha dharmachetre kurukshetre samvetaye sava mamaka pandavasyeva kim akurvata sanjaya sanjaya vacha दृष्टवाटु पण्डवानेकं व्यूढं दुर्योधनस्तदा आचार्योपसंगम्य राजा वचनम् अब्रवीत् पाश्यतं पाण्डुपुत्राणाम् आचार्यमातिं च मम व्यूढं द्रौपदपुत्रेण तव शिष्येन धीमतः अत्र सूर्यमहेश्वेष्य भीम अर्जुनस्य समायुद्धि युद्धानवीरतश्च द्रौपश्च महारथः दृष्टकेतु च कीर्तन काशीराज वीर्यवान् पुरोजित् कुन्तिभोजश्च शैब्यश्च नरपुङ्गवः युद्धमन्यश्च विक्रान्त उत्तमोजश्च वीर्यवान् सुभद्रो द्रौपदीयश्च सर्व एव महारथः अस्मकं तु विशिष्टाये तान् निबोधतु उत्तमा नायिका मम सैन्यस्य सङ्घातं तन्ममामि ते भवान् विश्वश्च कर्णश्च कृपश्च समतिञ्जनः अश्वत्थामविकर्णश्च सामदत्तस्तथैव च अन्ये च बहवः शूर्या मदर्थे त्वक्तजीवतः नानशस्त्रप्रहाराणां सर्वयुद्धविशारदः अपारितं तदास्मकं बलं भीमाभिलिक्षित भीष्माभिरक्षितं पारितं ततं मीतेषां बलं भीमाभिरक्षितं यानेषु च सर्वेषु यथा भागमविष्टतान् भीष्मा एव विरक्षन्तो भवन्तः सर्व एव हि तस्य सञ्जन्या हर्षां कुरु वृद्धः पितामहः सिंहनादं विनादुच्छे शङ्खं दद्मो प्रतापवान् तथा शङ्खश्च वैर्यश्च पणवानका गोमुखः सा सर्वव्यहन्यन्ता शब्देषु मरो भवता तथा श्वेतैर्हयैर्युक्ते महती शन्दने स्थितः माधवा पाण्डवाश्चैव दिव्य शङ्खप्रदात्मतुः पञ्चजन्यं ऋषिकेशो देवदत्तं धनञ्जयः पाण्डरं दद्मो महाशङ्खं भीमकर्णवृधो विकोदरः अनन्तं विजयं राजा कुन्तीपुत्रो युधिष्ठिरः नकुलः सहदेवश्च सुघोषो मणिपुष्पको काशीश्च परमेश्वरश्च शिखण्डी च महारथः दुष्टदम्नो विराटश्च सत्याकी च पराजितः द्रौपदो द्रौपदीयश्च सर्वेषां पृथिवीं पते सुभद्रश्च महाबाहु शङ्खं दद्मो पृथक् पृथक् सघोषो धातराष्ट्राणां हृदयानि हृदयायत नभश्च पृथिवीं चैव तुमलो नानुदधन् अथ विविष्टितान् दृष्ट्वा धातराष्ट्रान् कपिध्वजा प्रवृत्तिशस्त्रसम्पते धनुर्धाम्ना पाण्डवा ऋषिकेशं तदा वाक्यम् इदम् आह महीपते अर्जुन उवाच सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये रथं स्थापयामि अच्युता यावदेता निरीक्ष्येऽहं युद्धोकामानविष्टितान् कर्मया सह युद्धव्यम् अस्मिन् रणसमुद्यमे योत्समानान् वीक्ष्येऽहं या एत्री तस्य समागतः धातराष्ट्रस्य दुर्बुद्धिर्युद्धे प्रिया चिकीर्षव हरे कृष्णा
Hare Krishna, Meera. That was amazing. Very nice recitation. And I saw that you also memorized it. Very nice. Thank you, Meera. Next, we have Nandavinodini Mataji. We'll recite the next section of these prayers.
Hare Krishna Mataji. Hare Krishna everyone. Sanjay Uvacha एवमुक्तो ऋषिकेशो गुणाकेशेन भारतः सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये स्थापयित्वा रथोत्तमं भीष्माद्रोणप्रमुखता सर्वेषां च महीक्षिताम् उवाच पार्थपाश्यतान् समवेतान् कुरुन्निति तात्र पार्श्वस्थितान् पार्थः पितॄन् अथा पितामहा आचार्या मातुलान् भ्रातॄन् पुत्रा पौत्रान् सखीं सदा स्वासुरान् सुतरिश्चैव सेनयोरुभयोरपि तान् समीक्ष्य कौन्तेय सर्वबन्धूनवेष्टितान् कृपया परयाविष्टो विषीदन्निदम् अब्रवीत् अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेवं स्वजनं कृष्ण युयुत्सं समुपश्चितं सिद्धन्ति मम गात्राणि मुखं च परिशुष्यति वेपथुश्च शरीरे मे रोमहर्षश्च जायते गाण्डीवं संशते हस्तात् त्वक्चैव परिधायते न च शक्नोमि अविष्ठातुं भ्रमित्वा च मे मनः निमित्तानि च पाश्यानि विपर्तानि केशव न च श्रेयोऽनुपश्यामि हत्वा स्वजनं माहवे न काङ्क्षे विजयं कृष्ण न च राज्यं सुखानि च किं नो राज्येण गोविन्द किं भोगे जीवितेन वा येषामर्थिकाङ्क्षितं नो राज्यं भोगन् सुखानि च तायिमेव शिष्टा युद्धे प्रणं स्वक्त्वा धनानि च आचार्या पितरा पुत्रास्तथैव च पितामहा मातुला स्वसुरा पौत्रा शाला सम्बन्धिनस्तथा एतान् हन्तुमिच्छामि गतोऽपि मधुसूदन अपि त्रैलोक्यराज्यस्य हेतो किं नो मही कृते निहत्य धार्तराष्ट्रान् का प्रीतिः सा जनार्दन पापमेवाश्रयेत् अस्मान् हत्वेतान् च अतात्यना तस्मान्नर्हा वयं हन्तुं धातराष्ट्रान् सबन्धवान् स्वजनं हि कथं हत्वा सुखिना श्याम माधव यद्यपि एते न पश्यन्ति लोभोपहता चेतसा कुलक्ष्या कृतिनं दोषं मित्रद्रोह च पातकं कथं न ज्ञानम् अस्माभिः अस्मा निवर्तितुं कुलक्ष्या कृतं दोषं प्रपश्यद्भिः जनार्दना कुलक्षये प्रणश्यन्ति कुलाधर्मा सनातना धर्मे नष्टे कुलाकृत्स्नम् अधर्मो भिभवत्युता अधर्माभिभवात् कृष्ण प्रदुष्यन्ति कुलस्त्रियः स्त्रीषु दुष्टो वार्ष्णये जयते वर्णशङ्करा शङ्करो नरकाय एव कुलाघानं कुलस्य च पतन्ति पित्रो येषां लुप्तपिण्डोदकाक्रियः दोषैरेते कुलघानानां वर्णशङ्करकारके उत्सदन्ते जातिधर्मा कुलधर्मश्च शाश्वतः उत्सः कुलधर्माणां मनुष्याणां जनार्दना नरके नियतं वासो भवतीत्यनुशुश्रमा अहो बत महत्पापं कर्तुं व्यावशिता वयं यद्राज्यसुखलोभेन हन्तुं स्वजनम् उद्यतः यदि माम् अप्रतीकारम् आशस्त्रं शस्त्रपानया धर्तराष्ट्रारणे हन्युस्तन्मे क्षेमातरं भवेत् सञ्जय उवाच एवमुक्त्वा अर्जुना शङ्खे रथोपस्थ उपाविशत् विसृज्य साशरं चापं शोकसंविग्नमनसा Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Mataji, for the beautiful recitation. Do we have Upendra Prabhu?
Yeah, Mataji. Translation.
Okay, you will be reading Prabhu's translation, Mataji.
Yeah, I'm here, Mataji, but
Oh, you're
I
here,
just
Prabhu.
came back from groceries, so Neha, Anandu only will read it.
Okay. Hare Krishna. Oh, sure,
Umesh,
Mataji,
you
go
can
ahead.
read it. He is crying.
The next is chapter 1 translation.
Anandu only go ahead. I'm gonna take care of him. I just came back from HB.
Okay. Sorry, Mataji. Yeah. Dhritarashtra said, O Sanjaya, after my sons and the sons of Pandu assembled in the place of pilgrimage at Kurukshetra desiring to fight, what did they do? Sanjaya said, O king, after looking over the army arranged in military formation by the sons of Pandu, King Duryodhana went to his teacher and spoke the following words. O my teacher, behold the great army of the sons of Pandu, so expertly arranged by your intelligent disciple, the son of Draupad. Here in this army are my heroic bowmen, equal in fighting to Bhima and Arjuna, great fighters like Yuyudhana, Virata, and Draupad. There are also great heroic, powerful fighters like Drishtaketu, Chakitana, Kashiraj, Purojit, Kuntibhoj, and Shipya. There are the mighty Yuddhamanyu, the very powerful Uttamoja, the son of Subhadra, and the sons of Draupadi. All these warriors are great chariot fighters. But for your information, O best of Brahmanas, let me tell you about the captains who are especially qualified to lead my military force. There are personalities like you, Bhishma, Karna, Kripa, Ashwathama, Vikarna, and the son of Somadat, called Bhurishrava, who are always victorious in battle. There are many other heroes who are prepared to lay down their lives for my sake. All of them are well equipped with different kinds of weapons and all are experienced in military science. Our strength is immeasurable and we are perfectly protected by grandfather Bhishma, whereas the strength of Pandavas, carefully protected by Bhima, is limited. All of you must now give full support to Grandfather Bhishma as you stand at your respective strategic points of entrance into the phalanx of the army. Then Bhishma, the great valiant grandsire of the Kuru dynasty, the grandfather of the fighter, blew his conch shell very loudly, making a sound like the roar of the lion, giving Duryodhana joy. After that, the conch shell, drums, bugles, trumpets, and horns were all suddenly sounded, and the combined sound was tumultuous. On the other hand, both Lord Sri Krishna and Arjuna, stationed on a great chariot drawn by white horses, sounded their transcendental conch shells. Lord Krishna blew his conch shell called Panchajanya. Arjuna blew his the Devdatta. Bhima, the voracious eater and the performer of Hercule task, blew his terrific conch shell called Pondra. King Yudhishthir, the son of Kunti, blew his conch shell, the Anant Vijaya, and the Nakul and Sahadev blew Saghosha and Manipushpaku. That great archer, the king of Kashi, the great fighter of Shikandi, Drishtadimna, Virata, the unconquerable Satyaki, Draupad, the sons of Draupadi, and others, O king, such as the mighty armed son of Subhadra, all blew their respective conch shells. The blowing of these different conch shells became uproarious. Vibrating both in the sky and on the earth, it shattered the hearts of the sons of Dhritarashtra. At that time, Arjuna, the son of Pandu, seated in the chariot bearing the flag marked with Hanuman, took up his bow and prepared to shoot his arrows. O king, after looking at the sons of Dhritarashtra, drawn in military array, Arjuna then spoke to Lord Sri Krishna these words. Arjuna said, O infallible one, please draw my chariot between the two armies, so that I may see those present here, who desire to fight, and with whom I must contend in this great trial of arms. Let me see those who have come here to fight, wishing to please the evil-minded son of Dhritarashtra. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Mataji. Thank you so much for the translation.
Thank you, Mataji.
Next we have Tulsi Mataji.
Hare Krishna Mataji. Mataji, Akshaj will read all translation.
Okay. Thank you.
Wait, from what text to what text?
Sanjaya
said, O descendant of Bharata, having thus been addressed by Arjuna, Lord Krishna drew up the fine chariot in the midst
Akshaj, can you on your video?
of both parties. What?
Can you switch on your video?
Yes, Mataji. Just a second.
Request all devotees to kindly on your videos while you're reciting.
Just
Translating.
Why it's not? No.
Thank you, Mataji.
in the presence of Bhishma, Drona, and all the other chieftains of the world, the Lord said, Just behold, Partha, all the Kurus assembled here. Where Arjuna could see within the midst of the armies of both parties, his fathers, grandfathers, teachers, maternal uncles, brothers, sons, grandsons, friends, and also his fathers-in-law and well-wishers. When the son of Kunti, Arjuna, saw all these different grades of friends and relatives, he became overwhelmed with compassion and spoke thus. Arjuna said, My dear Krishna, seeing my friends and relatives present before me in such a fighting spirit, I feel the limbs of my body quivering and my mouth drying up. My whole body is trembling, my hair is standing on end, my bow Gandiva is slipping from my hand, and my skin is burning. I am now unable to stand here any longer. I am forgetting myself, and my mind is reeling. I see only causes of misfortune. O Krishna, killer of the Keshi demon. I do not see how any good can come from killing my own kinsman in this battle, nor can I, my dear Krishna, desire any subsequent victory, kingdom, or happiness. O Govinda, of what avail to us are a kingdom, happiness, or even life itself when all those for whom we may desire them are now arrayed on this battlefield? O Madhusudana, When teachers, fathers, sons, grandfathers, maternal uncles, fathers-in-law, grandsons, brothers-in-law, and all other relatives are ready to give up their lives and properties and are standing before me, why should I wish to kill them, even though they might otherwise kill me? O maintainer of all living entities, I am not prepared to fight with them even in exchange for the three worlds, let alone this earth. What pleasure will we derive from killing the sons of Dhritarashtra? Dhritarashtra? Come on, I need a head. Okay. Sin will overcome us if we slay such aggressors. Therefore, it is not proper for us to kill the sons of Dhritarashtra and our friends. What should we gain, O Krishna, husband of the goddess of fortune? And how could we be happy by killing our own kinsmen? O Janardana, although these men, their hearts overtaken by greed, see no fault in killing one's family or quarreling with friends, why should we, who conceive a crime in destroying a family, engage in these acts of sin? With the destruction of the dynasty, the eternal family tradition is vanquished, and thus the rest of the family becomes involved in irreligion. When irreligion is prominent in the family, O Krishna, the women of the family become polluted, and from the degradation of womanhood, O descendant of Vrishni, comes unwanted progeny. An increase of unwanted population certainly causes hellish life, both for the family and for those who destroy the family tradition. The ancestors of such corrupt families fall down because the performances for offering them food and water are entirely stopped. By the evil deeds of those who destroy the family tradition and thus give rise to unwanted children, all kinds of community projects and family welfare activities are devastated. O Krishna, maintainer of the people, I have heard by disciplic succession that those whose family traditions are destroyed dwell always in hell. Alas, how strange it is that we are preparing to commit greatly sinful acts. Driven by the desire to enjoy royal happiness, we are intent on killing our own kinsmen. Better for me if the sons of Dhritarashtra, weapons in hand, were to kill me unarmed and unresisting on the battlefield. Sanjaya said, Arjuna, having thus spoken on the battlefield, cast aside his bow and arrows and sat down on the chariot, his mind overwhelmed with grief.
Thank you, Akshat.
Thank you, Mataji. Hare Krishna.
That concludes our chapter 1. Now we're going to start chapter 2. We have Radha Ras Bihari Prabhu reciting from verse 1 to 24. Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Mataji. Contents of Gita summarized. Chapter 2. Text 1. Sanjay Uvacha. Tam tatha kripaya bhishtam ashrupursnakulekshanam Vishridantam idam vakyam uvacha madhusudana. Shri Bhagavan uvacha kutastva kashmalamidam vishame samupasthitam anarya jushtam aswargyam akirtikaram arjuna. Klabyam masmagama partha naitatya upapadyate shudram hridaya daurbalyam tvaktotishta parantapa. Arjun uvacha katham bhishmam maham sankhye dronam cha madhusudana ishubhi pratiyosyami puja arisudana. Gurun hatva hi mahanubhavan shreyo bhoktum bhaishwamapiha loke hatvartha kamastu guruniheva bhunjiya rogan rudhira pradagdhana na chaitad vidmaha katarannagariyo yadva jayema yadiva no jayeyuh yan eva hatva na jijivishamas स्थिता प्रमुखे धार्तराष्ट्रः कार्पण्यदोषोऽपहत् स्वभावः प्रक्ष्यामि त्वां धर्मसम्मूढचेताः यक्षेह स्यान्निश्चितं ब्रूहि तन्मे शिष्यस्तेऽहं शाधि मां त्वां प्रपन्नम् नाहि प्रपश्यामि ममापनुद्याद् यच्छोकम् उच्छोषणम् इन्द्रियाणाम् अवाप्य भूमव असप्तनं रद्धं राज्यं सुराणाम् अपि चाधिपत्यम् सञ्जय उवाच एवमुक्त्वा ऋषिकेशं गुणाकेशः परन्तपः नायोत्स्य इति गोविन्दम् उक्त्वा तूष्णीं बभूवः तम् उवाच ऋषिकेशः प्रहसन्निव भारता सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये विषीदन्तम् इदं वचः श्रीभगवान् उवाच अशोचन्यवशोचस्त्वं प्रज्ञावादांश्च भाषसे गतासु न गतासूनश्च नानुशोचन्ति पण्डितः न त्वेवाहं जातु नासं न त्वं नेमे जनाधिपाः न चैव न भविष्यामः सर्वे वयमतः परम् न देहिनोऽस्मिन् यथा देहे कौमारं यौवनं जरा तथा देहान्तरप्राप्तिर्धीरस्तत्र न मुह्यति मात्र स्पर्शास्तु कौन्तेय शीतोष्णसुखदुःखदाः आगमापायिनो नित्यस्तां स्थितिक्षस्व भारत यं हि न व्यथयन्त्येते पुरुषं पुरुषर्षभा सं दुःख सुखं धीरं सोऽमृत्वाय कल्पते नासतो विद्यते भावो न भावो विद्यते सतः उभयोरपि दृष्टवन्तस्य अन्योस्तत्त्वदर्शिभिः अविनाशी तु तद्विद्धि येन सर्वमिदं ततं विनाशमव्ययस्यस्य न कश्चित् कर्तुम् अर्हति अन्तवन्त इमे देहा नित्यस्योक्तः शरीरिणा अनाशिनो अप्रमेयस्य तस्माद्युद्धस्व भारत या एनं वेत्ति हन्तारं यश्चैनं मन्यते हतम् उभौ तौ न विजानीतो नायं हन्ति न हन्यते न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचिन्नायं भूत्वा भविता वा न भूयः अजो नित्यः शाश्वतोऽयं पुराणो न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे वेदविनाशिनं नित्यं या एनम् अजमव्ययम् कथं सा पुरुषः पार्थ कं धातयति हन्तिकम् वाशांसि जीर्णानि यथा विहाय नवानि गृह्णाति नरोपराणि तथा शरीराणि विहाय जीर्णानि अन्यानि संयाति नवानि हि नैनं छिन्दन्ति शस्त्राणि नैनं दति पावकाः न चनं क्लेदयन्त्यापो न शोषयति मारुतः अक्षेद्योऽयम् अद्याह्योऽयम् अक्लेद्योऽयम् शोष्य एव च नित्यः सर्वगतस्थाणुर्चलोऽयं सनातनः हरे कृष्ण
Hare Krishna Prabhu. Thank you so much. That was a very nice recitation. Next, we have Nirmala Mataji. Mataji will recite from verse 25 to 48. Hare Krishna Mataji.
Hare Krishna Mataji. अव्यक्तोऽयम् अचिन्त्योऽयम् अविकार्योऽयम् उच्यते तस्मादेवं विदित्वैनं नानुशोचितमर्हसि अन्तच्चैनं नित्यजातं नित्यं वा मन्यसे मृतं तथापि त्वं महाबाहो नैनं शोचितमर्हसि जातस्य हि ध्रुवो मृत्युर्ध्रुवं जन्मामृतस्य च तस्मादपरिहार्यर्थे न त्वं शोचितमर्हसि अव्यक्तादीनि भूतानि व्यक्त व्यक्तामज्जानि भारत निधनन्येव तत्र का परिदेवना आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कश्चिदेनम् आश्चर्यवद्वदति तथैव चान्या आश्चर्यवश्चैनम् अन्यः शृणोति श्रुत्वाप्येनं वेद न चैव कश्चित् देहि नित्यम् अवज्योऽयं देहे सर्वस्य भारत तस्मात् सर्वाणि भूतानि न त्वं शोचितमर्हसि स्वधर्मम् अपि चावेक्ष्य न विकम्पितमर्हसि धर्म्याद्दि युद्धश्रेयोऽन्यात् क्षत्रियस्य न विद्यते यदृच्छायाचोपपन्नं स्वर्गद्वारम् अपावृतं सुखिनः क्षत्रियः पार्थ लभन्ते युद्धमिश्रदीदृशम् अतश्चेता त्वम् इमं धर्म्यं सङ्ग्रामं न करिष्यसि ततः स्वधर्मं कीर्तिं च हित्वा पापमवाप्स्यसि अकीर्तिं चापि भूतानि कथयिष्यन्ति ते व्ययां सम्भवीतस्य चाकीर्तिर्मरणात् अतिरीच्यते भयाद्रणाद् उपरथं ममस्यन्ते त्वां महारथः येषां च त्वं बहुमतो भूत्वा यस्यासि लाघवम् अवास्यावादांश्च बहून् विदिष्यन्ति तवाहितः निन्दस्तस्तव सामर्थ्यं ततो दुःखातरं नु किं हतो वा प्राप्स्यसि स्वर्गं जित्वा वा भोक्ष्यसे महीं तस्मादुत्तिष्ठ कौन्तेय युद्धाय कृतनिश्चयः सुखदुःखे समे कृत्वा लाभालाभौ जयाजयौ ततो युद्धाय युज्यस्य नैवं पापमवाप्स्यसि ईशा ते विहिता साङ्ख्ये बुद्धिर्योगे त्व इमां शृणु बुद्ध्या युक्तो यया पार्थ कर्मबन्धं प्रहास्यसि नेहाभिक्रमनाशोऽस्ति प्रत्यवायो न विद्यते स्वल्पमप्यस्य धर्मस्य त्रायते महतो भयात् व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धिरेकेह कुरु नन्दना बहुशाखा हि अनन्तश्च बुद्धयो व्यवसायिनां याम् इमां पुष्पितां वाचां प्रवदन्त्य अवापश्चितः वेदवादारतः पार्थ नन्यादस्तीति वादिनः कामात्मानः स्वर्गपरा जन्मकर्मा फलप्रदां क्रियाविशेषबहुलां गतिं प्रति भोगैश्वर्यप्रसक्तानां तय्यापहृतचेतसां व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धिः समादौ न विधीयते त्रैगुण्या विषया वेद निस्त्रैगुण्यो भवार्जुन निर्द्वन्द्वो नित्यसत्त्वस्थो निर्योगाक्षेममात्मवान् आत्मवान् यावान् अर्धौदापाने सर्वतः सम्प्लुतोदके तावान् सर्वेषु वेदेषु ब्राह्मणस्याभिजानतः कर्मण्येव अधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्मफलाहेतुर्भूर् मा ते सङ्गोऽस्त्व अकर्मणि योगस्थः कुरु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा धनञ्जया सिद्ध्या असिद्ध्यौ समोद्भूत्वा समत्वं योग उच्यते. Hare Krishna Mataji.
Hare Krishna Mataji, thank you so much for the very nice recitation.
Thank you, Mataji.
Thank you. Next we have Madhva Gaura. Madhva will be reciting from verse 49 to 72. Hare Krishna Madhva.
Verse 49. Dure navya karma buddhi yoga dhananjaya buddho sharamanan vicha kripana falahetavaha buddhi yukto jahatiha ubbe shukrita dushkrite tashmad yogaya vidyujvasya yogo karmashu kaushalam कर्मजं बुद्धियुक्ता हि फलं त्यक्त्वा मनीषिणः जन्मबन्धा विनिर्मुक्तः पदं गच्छन्तनयामयं यद्यते मोहकल्लीलं बुद्धिर्व्यतितरिष्यति तदा गन्तस्य निर्वेदं श्रोतव्यस्य श्रुतस्य च श्रुतिविप्रातिपन्ना ते यद्दास्यति निश्चलः समाधव अचल बुद्धिस् तदा योगमवाप्यसि अर्जुन उवाच स्थिता प्रज्ञस्य का भाषा समाधिस्तस्य केशव स्थितधि किं प्रभाषेत किमशीत व्रजते किं श्रीभगवानुवाच प्रजाहाति यदा कामान् सर्वान् पार्थ मनोगतान् आत्मन्येवात्मना तुष्टः स्थिता प्रज्ञस्तदोच्यते दुःखेष्वनुद्विग्नमनः सुखेषु विगता स्पृहः वीतरागाभया क्रोधः स्थिता धीर्मुनिरुच्यते या सर्वात्राणि विष्णेहस् तत्तत्प्राप्य शुभाशुभं न भिन्नन्ति न द्वेष्टि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता यदा संहरते छायं कूर्मोऽगनिव सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता विषया विनिवर्तन्ते निराहारस्य देहिनः रसवर्ज्यं रसोऽप्यस्य परं दृष्ट्वा निवर्तते यततो ह्यापि कौन्तेय पुरुषस्य विपश्चितः इन्द्रियाणि प्रमाथीनि हरन्ति प्रशभं मनः तानि सर्वाणि संयम्य युक्त आचित्तमत्परः वसेहि यस्य नेन्द्रियाणि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता दायतो विषयान् पुंसः सङ्गस्तेषुपजायते सङ्गात् सञ्जायते कामः कामात् क्रोधभिजायते क्रोधात् भवति सम्मोहः सम्मोहात् स्मृतिविभ्रमः स्मृतिभ्रंशात् बुद्धिनाशो बुद्धिनाशात् प्रणश्यति रागद्वेषा विमुक्तस्तु विषयानिन्द्रियश्चरन् आत्मवश्यर्विधेयात्मा प्रसदाम् अधिगच्छति प्रसादे सर्वदुःखानां हनिरस्योपजायते प्रसन्नचेतसो यशु बुद्धिपर्याविष्टते नास्ति बुद्धिरयुक्तस्य न चायुक्तस्य न भावना न च भावायत्त सन्तिरशन्तस्य कुतः सुखम् इन्द्रियाणां हि चरतां यन्मनो नुविधीयते तदस्य हरति प्रज्ञां वायुर्नवमिवम्बसि तस्मद्यस्य महाबाहो निगृहीतानि सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता या निशा सर्वभूतानां तस्यं जागर्ति संयमी यस्यं जाग्रति भूतानि सा निशा पश्यतो मुनेः अपूर्यामां अचलापतिष्ठं समुद्रामपः प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत् कामायं प्रविशन्ति सर्वे शशान्तिमप्नोति न कामकामी विहाय कामान्य सर्वान् पुमां शरति निःस्पृहा निर्ममो निरहङ्कारः न शान्तिम् अधिगच्छति एषा ब्रह्मस्थितिः पार्थ नैनं प्राप्य विमुह्यति स्थिवास्याम् अन्तकालेऽपि ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं रुच्यते. हरे कृष्ण.
Hare Krishna Madhava, that was a very nice recitation. Thank you. Next, we have Bhagavad Gita, Chapter 2, Translation. I request Pranaya Kriti Mataji to take over, do the MC service. Thank you, Mataji.
Thank you, Mataji. So next we have 2 verses 1 to 24. Over to you, Ravindra Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna Matam. Translation. Sanjaya said, seeing Arjuna full of compassion, his mind depressed, his eyes full of tears. Madhusudana, Krishna spoke the following words. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Arjuna, how have these impurities come upon you? They are not at all befitting a man who knows the value of life. They lead not to higher planets but to infamy. O son of Partha, do not yield to this degrading impotence. It does not become you. Give up such petty weakness of heart and arise, O chastiser of the enemy. Arjuna said, O killer of enemies, O killer of Madhu, how can I counterattack with arrows in battle men like Bhishma and Drona, who are worth of my worship? It would be better to live in this world by begging than to live at the cost of the lives of great souls who are my teachers. Even though desiring worldly gain, they are superiors if they are killed. Everything we enjoy will be tainted with blood. Nor do we know which is better, conquering them or being conquered by them. If we killed the sons of Dhritarashtra, we should not care to live, yet they are now standing before us on the battlefield. Now I am confused about my duty and have lost all composure because of miserly weakness. In this condition, I am asking you to tell me for certain what is best for me. Now I am your disciple and a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. I can find no means to drive away this grief which is drying up my senses. I will not be able to dispel it even if I win a prosperous, unrivaled kingdom on the earth with sovereignty like the demigods in heaven. Sanjaya said, having spoke thus, Arjuna, chastiser of enemies, told Krishna, Govinda, I shall not fight, and fell silent. O descendant of Bharata, at, at that time Krishna, smiling in the midst of both the armies, spoke the following words to the grief stricken Arjuna. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, while speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor for the dead. Never was there a time where I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be. As the embodied soul continuously passes in the body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. A sober person is not bewildered by such a change. O son of Kunti, the non permanent appearance of happiness and distress and their disappearance in due course are like the appearance and disappearance of winter and summer seasons. They arise from sense perception, O scion of Bharata, and one must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. O best among men, Arjuna, the person who is not disturbed by happiness and distress and is steady in both is certainly eligible for liberation. Those who are seers of truth have concluded that of the non existent, the material body, there is no endurance, and of eternal, the soul, there is no change. This they have concluded by studying the nature of both. That which pervades the entire body you should know to be indestructible. No one is able to destroy that imperishable soul. The material body of the indestructible, immersible, and eternal living entity is sure to come to an end. Therefore, fight of descendant of Bharata. Neither he knows he who thinks the living entity the slayer, nor he who thinks it slain is in knowledge. For the self slays nor is slain. For the soul there is neither birth nor death at any time. He is not come into being, does not come into being, and will not come into being. He is unborn, eternal, ever existing, and uh, primeval. He is not slain when the body is slain. O Partha, how can a person who knows that the soul is indestructible, eternal, unborn, and immutable kill anyone or cause anyone to kill? As a person puts on new garments, giving up old ones, the soul similarly accepts new material bodies, giving up the old and useless ones. The soul can never be cut into pieces by any weapon, nor burned by fire, nor moistened by water, nor withered by the wind. This individual soul is unbreakable and insoluble and can be neither burned nor dried. He is everlasting, present everywhere, unchangeable, immovable, and eternally the same. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, thank you so much. Beautiful translations, reading. Okay, next we have Rohini Didi Mataji. She will be reading translation of chapter 25 to 48, verse number. Rohini Didi Mataji.
Hare Krishna Mataji, I think she's not there, so I'll read.
Okay.
Hare Krishna devotees. Text 25, translation. It is said that the soul is invisible, inconceivable, and immutable. Knowing this, you should not grieve for the body. If, however, you think that the soul or the symptoms of life will always be born and die forever, you still have no reason to lament, O mighty aunt. One who has taken his birth is sure to die, and after death, one is sure to take birth again. Therefore, in the unavoidable discharge of your duty, you should not lament. All created beings are unmanifest in their beginning, manifest in their interim state, and unmanifest again when annihilated. So, what need is there for lamentation? Some look on the soul as amazing, some describe him as amazing, some hear of him as amazing, while others, even after hearing about him, cannot understand him at all. O descendant of Bharata, he who dwells in the body can never be slain. Therefore, you need not grieve for any living being. Considering your specific duty as Kshatriya, you should know that there is no better engagement for you than fighting on religious principles. And so, there is no need for hesitation. O Partha, happy are the Kshatriyas to whom such fighting opportunities come unsought, opening for them the doors of the heavenly planets. If, however, you do not perform your religious duty of fighting, then you will certainly incur sins for neglecting your duties and thus lose your reputation as a fighter. People will always speak of your infamy, and for a respectable person, dishonor is worse than death. The great generals who have highly esteemed your name and fame will think that you have left the battlefield out of fear only, and thus they will consider you insignificant. Your enemies will describe you in many unkind words and scorn your ability. What could be more painful for you? O son of Kunti, either you will be killed on the battlefield and attain the heavenly planets, or you will conquer and enjoy the earthly kingdom. Therefore, get up with determination and fight. Do thou fight for the sake of fighting, without considering happiness or distress, loss or gain, victory or defeat, and by so doing, you shall never incur sin. Thus far, I have described this knowledge to you through analytical study. Now, listen as I explain it in terms of working without fruitive results. O son of Pritha, when you act in such knowledge, you can free yourself from the bondage of works. In this endeavor, there is no loss or diminution, and a little advancement on this path can protect one from the most dangerous type of fear. Those who are on this path are resolute in purpose, and their aim is one. O beloved child of the Kurus, the intelligence of those who are irresolute is many branched. Men of small knowledge are very much attached to the flowery words of the Vedas, which recommend various fruitive activities for the elevation to heavenly planets, result in good birth, power, and so forth. Being desirous of sense gratification and opulent life, they say that there is nothing more than this. In the minds of those who are too attached to the sense enjoyment and material opulence and who are bewildered by such things, the resolute determination for devotional service to the Supreme Lord does not take place. The Vedas deal mainly with the subject of three modes of material nature. O Arjuna, become transcendental to these three modes. Be free from all dualities and from all anxieties for gain and safety, and be established in self. All purposes served by small well can at once be served by a great reservoir of water. Similarly, all the purposes of the Vedas can be served to one who knows the purpose behind them. You have a right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself the cause of results of your activities, and never be attached to not doing your duty.
Thank you, Mataji. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Chandrika Mataji. She will be doing translation from text 48. Sorry, text 48.
Hare Krishna Mataji. Can I start, Mataji?
Yes, Mataji, please.
Perform your duty, equiposed, O Arjuna, abandoning all attachment to success or failure. Each equanimity is called yoga. O Dhananjaya, keep all abominable activities far distant by devotional service, and in that consciousness surrender unto the Lord. Those who want to enjoy the fruits of their work are miserers. A man engaged in devotional service rids himself of both good and bad reactions, even in this life. Therefore, strive for yoga, which is the art of all work. By thus engaging in devotional service to the Lord, great sages or devotees free themselves from the results of work in the material world. In this way, they become free from the cycle of birth and death and attain the state beyond all miseries by going back to Godhead. When your intelligence has passed out the dense forest of delusion, you shall become indifferent to all that has been heard and all that is to be heard. When your mind is no longer disturbed by the flowery language of the Vedas, and when it remains fixed in the trance of self-realization, then you will have attained the divine consciousness. Arjuna said, O Krishna, what are the symptoms of one whose consciousness is thus merged in transcendence? How does he speak and what is his language? How does he sit and how does he walk? The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O Partha, when a man gives up all varieties of desires for sense gratification which arise from mental conscience, and when his mind thus purified thus finds satisfaction in the self alone, and then he is said to be pure in transcendental consciousness, one who is not disturbed in mind even amidst the threefold miseries or elated when there is happiness, and who is free from attachment, fear, and anger, is called a sage of steady mind. In the material world, one who is unaffected by whatever good or evil he may obtain, neither prizing it nor despising it. It is firmly fixed in perfect knowledge. One who is able to withdraw his senses from sense objects as the tortoise draws its limbs within the shell, is firmly fixed in perfect consciousness. Though the embodied soul may be restricted from sense enjoyment, the taste for sense object remains. But ceasing such engagements by experiencing a higher taste, he is fixed in consciousness. The senses are so strong and impetuous, O Arjuna, that they forcibly carry away the mind even of a man of discrimination who is endeavoring to control them. One who restrains his senses, keeping them under full control, and fixes his conscience upon me is known as a man of steady intelligence. While contemplating the objects of the senses, a person develops attachment for them, and from such attachment, lust develops, and from lust, anger arises. From anger, complete delusion arises, and from delusion, bewilderment of memory. When memory is bewildered, intelligence is lost, and when intelligence is lost, one falls down again into the material pool. But a person free from all attachment and aversion and able to control his senses through regulative principles of freedom can obtain the complete mercy of the Lord. For one thus satisfied in Krishna consciousness, the threefold miseries of material existence exist no longer. In such satisfied consciousness, one's intelligence is soon well established. One who is not connected with the Supreme in Krishna consciousness can have neither transcendental intelligence nor a steady mind, without which there is no possibility of peace. And how can there be any happiness without peace? As a strong wind sweeps away a boat on the water, even one of the roaming senses on which the mind focuses can carry away a man's intelligence. Therefore, O mighty armed one whose senses are restrained from their objects is certainly of steady intelligence. What is night for all beings is the time awakening for the self-control, and the time of awakening for all beings is night for the introspective sage. A person who is not disturbed by the instant flow of desires that enter like rivers into the ocean, which is ever being filled but is always still, can alone achieve peace, and not the man who strives to satisfy such desires. A person who has given up all the desires for sense gratification, who lives free from desires, who has given up all sense of proprietorship and is devoid of false ego, he alone can attain real peace. That is the way of spiritual and godly life, after attaining which a man is not bewildered. If one is thus situated even at the hour of death, one can enter into the kingdom of God.
Thank you so much, Mataji. Chandrika Mataji, thank you so much. It's nicely reading. Next we have Sita. She will be reading the verses of from chapter 3, verses number 1 to 21. Over to you, Sita.
Hare Krishna. अर्जुन वाच जायसी चेत् कर्मणस्ते मता बुद्धिर्जनार्दन तत् किं कर्मणि घोरे मां नियोजयसि केशव व्यामिश्रेणेव वाक्येन बुद्धिं मोहायसीव मे तदेकं वद निश्चित्य येन श्रेयोऽहमाप्नुयाम् श्रीभगवानुवाच लोकेऽस्मिन् द्विविधा निष्ठा पुरा प्रोक्ता मया नघ ज्ञानयोगेन साङ्ख्यानं कर्मयोगेन योगिनं न कर्मणम् अनारम्भन् नैष्कर्म्यं पुरुषोऽश्नुते न च सन्न्यासनादेव सिद्धिं समधिगच्छति न हि कश्चित् क्षणम् अपि जातु तिष्ठात्य कर्मकृत् कार्यते ह्यवसा कर्म सर्वप्रकृतिजैर्गुणैः कर्मेन्द्रियाणि संयम्य यास्ते मनसा स्मरन् इन्द्रियार्थान् विमूढात्मा मिथ्याचरस उच्यते यत्विन्द्रियाणि मनसा नियम्यार्भतेऽर्जुन कर्मेन्द्रियैः कर्मयोगम् असक्ता स विशिष्यते नियतं कुरु कर्म त्वं कर्म ज्यायो ह्यकर्मणा शरीरायात्रपि चाते न प्रसीद्येद कर्मणा यज्ञार्थात् कर्मणोऽन्यत्र लोकोऽयं कर्मबन्धना तदर्थं कर्म कौन्तेय मुक्तसङ्गा समाचर सः यज्ञा प्रजा शुष्ट्वा पुरोवाच प्रजापति अनेन प्रसविष्यध्वम् एषवोस्त्विष्टकर्मदुक् देवं भवयतानेन ते देवा भवयान्तु वा परस्परं भवायान्ता श्रेयः परमवाप्स्यत इष्टन् भोगं हि वो देवा दास्यन्ते यज्ञभाविता तैर्दत्तम् अप्रदायैभ्यो यो भुङ्क्तेस्तेन एव सा यज्ञाशिष्टाशिना शान्तो मुच्यन्ते सर्वकिल्बिषै भुञ्जते ते त्वगं पापा ये पाचन्त्यात्मकर्मणात् आनन्द भवन्ति भूतानि पर्जन्यद् अन्नसम्भवा यज्ञाद् भवति पर्जन्यो यज्ञकर्म समुद्भवात् कर्म ब्रह्मोद्भवं विद्धि ब्रह्माक्षरसमुद्भवान् तस्मात् सर्वगतं ब्रह्म नित्यं यज्ञे प्रतिष्ठितम् एवं प्रवर्तितं चक्रं नानुवर्तायति हया अगायुरिन्द्रियारामो मोघं पार्थ स जीवति यस्त्वात्मा रतिरेव स्याद् आत्मतृप्तश्च मानवा आत्मन्येव च सन्तुष्टास्तस्य कार्यं न विद्यते नैव तस्या कृतेनार्थो नाकृतेनेह कश्चन न चस्या सर्वभूतेषु कश्चिदर्थाव्यपाश्रया तस्माद् असक्तः सततं कार्यं कर्म समाचर असक्तो ह्यचरं कर्म परम् आपनोति पुरुषः कर्मण्यैव हि संसिद्धिम् अशिता जानकादया लोकसङ्ग्रहम् एवापि सम्पश्यं कर्तुमर्हसि यद्यद् आचरति श्रेष्ठस्तत्तदेवातरोजना स यत् प्रमाणं कुरुते लोकस्तदनुवर्तते.
Thank you so much, Tirtha. Nicely reading. Okay, next we have Sri Devi Prasanna Mataji. Mataji will be reciting the verses, will be reading this translation. Yeah, reciting the verse from chapter 3, verse number 22 to 43. Okay.
नमे पार्थास्ति कर्तव्यं त्रिषु लोकेषु किञ्चन नानवाप्तमवाप्तव्यं वर्त एव च कर्मणि यदीयहं न वर्तेयं जातु कर्मण्यतन्त्रितः मम वर्त्माननुवर्तन्ते मनुष्या पार्थ सर्वशः उत्सिते युरिमे लोका न कुर्यां कर्म चेदहं संकरस्य च तत्राक्षाम् उपमन्यामि मा प्रजाः सर्ता कर्मण्य विद्वांसो यथा कुर्वन्ति भारत कुर्याद् विद्वांसतो शर्त चिकीर्षुर्लोकसङ्ग्रहम् न बुद्धिभेदं जनयेत् अज्ञानं कर्म शङ्किना जोषयेत् सर्वकर्माणि विद्वान् युक्तसमाचरन् प्रकृते क्रियमाणानि गुणैकर्माणि सर्वशः अहङ्काराविमूढात्मा कर्ताङ्गिति मन्यते तत्त्वविद् महाबाहो गुणकर्मत्वादयोः गुणेषु वर्तन्त इति मत्वा न सज्जते प्रकृते गुणसम्मूढा सज्जन्ते गुणकर्मषु ध्यानकृत्स्नवितो मन्नान् कृत्स्नविन्त विचालयेत् मयि सर्वाणि कर्माणि सन्न्यस्याध्यात्मचेतसा निराशेर्निर्ममो भूत्वा युध्यस्व विगत्वज्वरः ये मे मतमिदं नित्यम् अनुष्ठितन्ति मानवाः श्रद्धावन्तो न शूयन्तो मुच्यन्ते तेऽपि कर्मभिः ये ते दत्तश्रूयन्तो नानुदिष्यन्ति मे मतम् सर्वज्ञा विमूढां स्थान् विद्धि नष्टान् चेतसः शत्रुशं शेषते स्वस्या प्रकृतेर्ज्ञानर्वाणवीं प्रकृतिं यान्ति भूतानि निग्रहः किं करिष्यति इन्द्रियस्येन्द्रियशयात्ते रागद्वेषौ व्यवस्थितौ तयोर्न वशमागच्छेत् तौ ह्यस्य परिपन्थिनौ श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणः परधर्मा स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वधर्मे निधनं श्रेय परधर्मो भयावहः अर्जुन उवाच अत केन प्रयुक्तोऽयम् पापं चरति पूरुषः अनिच्छन्न विभाषणीय बलादिव नियोजितः श्रीभगवानुवाच काम एष क्रोध एष रजोगुणसमुद्भवः महाशनो महापाप्मा विदध्येनमिहं वैरिणम् भूमेनाव्रियते भग्निर्यथादर्शो मलेन च यतोल्बेनावृतो गर्भस्तथा तेनेतमावृतम् आवृतं ज्ञानमेतेन ज्ञानिनो नित्यवैरिणा कामरूपेण कौन्तेय दुष्पेरेण नलेन च इन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धिर्अस्याधिष्ठानमुच्यते एतैर्विमोहत्य ज्ञानम् आवृत्य देहिनम् तस्मात् त्वमिन्द्रियान् यातौ नियम्य परदर्शभ पाप्मानं प्रजहिह्येनं ज्ञानविज्ञाननाशनम् इन्द्रियाणि पराण्योरिन् येभ्ये परं मनः मनशस्तु परा बुद्धिर्यो बुद्धे परतस्तु च एवं बुद्धे परं बुद्ध्वा संस्तभ्यमानमात्मना जहि शत्रुं महाबाहो कामरूपं दुराशदम्.
Thank you so much, Mataji, for beautifully reciting all these verses. Next, we have Prasanna Prabhu. Prasanna Prabhuji will be reading the translations of chapter 3, Karma Yoga, text 1 to 21. Over to you, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna Mataji. Arjuna said, O Janardana, O Keshava, why do you want to engage me in this ghastly warfare if you think that intelligence is better than fruitive work? My intelligence is bewildered by your equivocal instructions. Therefore, please tell me decisively which will be most beneficial for me. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O sinless Arjuna, I have already explained that there are two classes of men who try to realize the self. Some are inclined to understand it by empirical, philosophical speculation, and others by devotional service. Not by merely abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction, nor by renunciation alone can one attain perfection. Everyone is forced to act helplessly according to the qualities he has acquired from the modes of material nature. Therefore, no one can refrain from doing something, not even for a moment. One who restrains the senses of action but whose mind dwells on sense objects certainly deludes himself and is called a pretender. On the other hand, if a sincere person tries to control the active senses by the mind and begins Karma Yoga in Krishna consciousness without attachment, he is by far superior. Perform your prescribed duties. By doing so is better than not working. One cannot even maintain one's physical body without work. Work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed. Otherwise, work causes bondage in this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction, and in that way you will always remain free from bondage. In the beginning of creation, the Lord of all creatures sent forth generations of men and demigods along with sacrifices for Vishnu, and blessed them by saying, Be thou happy by this yajna sacrifice, because its performance will bestow upon you everything desirable for living happily and achieving liberation. The demigods, being pleased by sacrifices, will also please you, and thus, by cooperation between men and demigods, prosperity will reign for all. In charge of the various necessities of life, the demigods, being satisfied by the performance of yajna, sacrifice will supply all necessities to you. But he who enjoys such gifts without offering them to the demigods in return is certainly a thief. The devotees of the Lord are released from all kinds of sins because they eat food which is offered first for sacrifice. Others who prepare food for personal sense enjoyment verily eat only sin. All living bodies subsist on food grains, which are produced from rains. Rains are produced by the performance of yajna, sacrifice, and yajna is born of prescribed duties. Regulated activities are prescribed in the Vedas, and the Vedas are directly manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Consequently, all pervading transcendence is eternally situated in the acts of sacrifice. My dear Arjuna, one who does not follow in human life the cycle of sacrifice thus established by the Vedas certainly leads a life full of sin. Living only for the satisfaction of the senses, such a person lives in vain. But for one who takes pleasure in the self, whose human life is one of self realization, and who is satisfied by the self only, fully satiated, for him there is no duty. A self realized man has no purpose to fulfill in the discharge of his prescribed duties, nor has he any reason not to perform such work, nor has he any need to depend on any other living being. Therefore, without being attached to the fruits of activities, one should act as a matter of duty, for by working without attachment, one attains the supreme. Kings such as Janaka attained perfection solely by performance of prescribed duties. Therefore, just for the sake of educating the people in general, you should perform your work. Whatever action a great man performs, common men follow, and whatever standard he sets by exemplary acts, all the world pursues. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Prabhuji. Nice reading. Okay, next we have Meena Mataji. Mataji will be reading the translation from text 22 to 43. Over to you, Mataji.
Yes. Hare Krishna. O son of Partha, there is no work prescribed for me within all the three planetary systems, nor am I in want of anything, nor I have a need to obtain anything. And yet I am engaged in prescribed duties. For if I ever fail to engage in carefully performing prescribed duties, O Partha, certainly all men would follow my path. If I did not perform prescribed duties, all these worlds would be put to ruination. I would be the cause of creating unwanted population, and I would thereby destroy the peace of all living beings. As the ignorant perform their duties with attachment to results, the learned may similarly act, but without attachment for the sake of leading people on the right path, so as not to disrupt the minds of ignorant men attached to the fruitive results of prescribed duties. A learned person should not induce them to stop work. Rather, by working in the spirit of devotion, he would engage them in all sorts of activities for the gradual development of Krishna consciousness. The spirit soul, bewildered by the influence of false ego, thinks himself the doer of activities that are in actuality carried out by the three modes of material nature. One who is in knowledge of the absolute truth or mighty arm does not engage himself in the senses and sense gratification, knowing well the differences between work in devotion and work for fruitive results. Bewildered by the modes of material nature, the ignorant fully engage themselves in material activities and become attached. But the wise should not unsettle them, although these duties are inferior due to the performer's lack of knowledge. Therefore, O Arjuna, surrendering all your works unto me with full knowledge of me, without desires for profit, with no claims to proprietorship, and free from lethargy, fight. Those persons who execute their duties according to my injunctions and who follow this teaching faithfully without envy become free from the bondage of fruitive actions. But those who, out of envy, disregard these techniques and do not follow them regularly are to be considered of all knowledge, be fooled and ruined in their endeavors for perfection. Even a man of knowledge acts according to his own nature, for everyone follows the nature he has acquired from the three modes. What can repression accomplish? There are principles to regulate attachment and aversion pertaining to the senses and their objects. One should not come under the control of such attachment and aversion because they are stumbling blocks on the path of self realization. It is far better to discharge one prescribed duties, even though faultily, than another duties perfectly. Destruction in the course of performing one's own duty is better than engaging in another duties, for to follow another path is dangerous. Arjuna said, "O descendant of Shri, by what is one impulse to sinful acts, even unwillingly, as if engaged by force." The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "It is lust only, Arjuna, which is born of contact with the material mode of passion and later transformed into breath, and which is the all devouring sinful enemy of this world. As fire is covered by smoke, as a mirror is covered by dust, or as the embryo is covered by the womb, the living entity is similarly covered by different degrees of this lust. Thus, the wise living entity's pure consciousness becomes covered by his eternal enemy in the form of lust, which is never satisfied and which burns like fire. The senses, the mind, and intelligence are the sitting places of this lust. Through them, lust covers the real knowledge of the living entity and bewilders him. Therefore, O Arjuna, best of the Bharatas, in the very beginning curb this great symbol of sin, lust, by regulating the senses, and slay this destroyer of knowledge and self-realization. The working senses are superior to dull matter, mind is higher than the senses, intelligence is still higher than the mind, and he, the soul, is even higher than the intelligence. Thus, knowing oneself to be transcendental to the material senses, mind, and intelligence, O mighty armed Arjuna, one should steady the mind by deliberate spiritual intelligence, Krishna consciousness, and thus by spiritual strength conquer this insatiable enemy known as lust.
Thank you so much, Mataji. Nicely
Hare
reading.
Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Next, we have Lokanshu. Lokanshu will be reading chapter 4, and he will be reciting the Sanskrit verses from text 1 to 21. Chapter 4 is Transcendental Knowledge. Over to you, Lokanshu. Are you ready?
Yes, Mataji. अथ चतुर्थ अध्यायः श्रीभगवानुवाच इमं विवस्वते श्रीभगवानुवाच इमं विवस्वते योगं प्रोक्तवान् अहम् अव्ययं विवस्वान् मनवे पार्थ मनुरिक्ष्वाके ब्रवीत् एवं परम्परा प्राप्तम् इमं राजसयो विदु स काले नेह महत योगो नास्त परन्तप स एवायं मया तेद्य योगः प्रोक्ता पुरातन भक्तोऽसि मे सखा चेति रहस्यं ह्येतदुत्तमम् अर्जुन उवाच अपरं भवतो जन्म परं जन्म विवस्वत कथम् एतद्विजानीयं त्वम् अदौ प्रोक्तवानिति श्रीभगवानुवाच बहूनि मे व्यतीतानि जन्मानि तव च अर्जुन तानि अहं वेद सर्वाणि न त्वं वेद परन्तप अजोऽपि सन् अव्यक्तात्मा भूतानाम् ईश्वरोऽपि सन् प्रकृतिं स्वम् अधिष्ठाय सम्भवामि आत्ममायया यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानाय अधर्मस्य तदात्मानं सृजाम्यहम् परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतं धर्म संस्थापनार्थाय सम्भवामि युगे युगे जन्म कर्म च मे दिव्यम् एवं यो वेत्ति तत्त्वतः त्यक्त्वा देहं पुनर्जन्म नैति मामेति सो अर्जुन वितराग भय क्रोध मन्मया मम उपाश्रिता भवो ज्ञान तपसा पूता मद्भावम् आगता ये यथा मम प्रपद्यन्ते तं तथैव भजाम्यहम् मम वर्त्मानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्यपर्थ सर्वशः काङ्क्षान्तकर्मणं सिद्धिं यजन्त हि ये देवता क्षिप्रं हि मनुष्ये लोके सिद्धिर्भवति कर्मजा चतुर्वर्ण्यं मया सृष्टं गुणकर्मविभागशः तस्य कर्तारम् अपि मां विधि आकृतम् अव्ययम् नामं कर्माणि लिम्पन्ति नामे कर्मे फलेश्वर इति मां यो विजानन्ति कर्माभिर्न बध्यते एवं ज्ञात्वा कृतं कर्म पूर्वैरपि मुमुक्षुभिः कुरु कर्मैव तस्मात् त्वं पूर्वैर्पूर्वतरं कृतं किं कर्म किम् अकर्मेति कव्योऽपि अत्र मोहितः तत्ते कर्म प्रवक्ष्यामि यज्ञात्वा मोक्षशेषुवत् कर्माणो हि अपि बोधव्यं च विकर्मणा अकर्मणश्च बोधव्यं गणकर्मणो गति कर्माणि कर्म यः पश्येत् अकर्मणि च कर्म यः स बुद्धिमान् मनुष्येषु स युक्तः कृत्स्नकर्मकृत् यस्ये सर्वे समारम्भा कामसङ्कल्पविराजितः ज्ञानाग्निदग्धकर्माणं तमाहुः पण्डितं बुधः त्यक्त्वा कर्मफलासङ्गं नित्यतृप्तो निराशया कर्माणि प्रवृत्तोऽपि नैव किञ्चित् करोति सः निराशीर्यच्चित्तात्मा त्यक्त्वा सर्वपरिग्रहः शरीरं केवलं कर्म कुर्वन् आप्नोति किल्बिषम्.
Thank you so much, Lukanshu, nicely reciting all these verses. Next, we have little one, Pranshul. Pranshul will be reciting the verses, chapter 4, verse number 22 to 42. Over to you, Pranshul.
यदृच्छलाभसन्तुष्टो द्वन्द्ववित्तो विमत्सरा सामसिद्धौ आसिद्धौ च कृत्वापि न निबध्यते गतसङ्गस्य मुक्तस्य ज्ञानवस्थितचेतसा यज्ञाचरता कर्म समग्रं प्रविलीयते ब्रह्मापनं ब्रह्मैर्ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्म कर्म समाधिना दैवम् एव परे यज्ञं योगेन पर्युपासते ब्रह्माग्नवपरे यज्ञं यज्ञेनैवोपजुहति स्तोत्रेन्द्रियेन्द्रियेणन्ये सम्यङ्गिन्षु जुहति शब्देन विषयानन्य इन्द्रियाङ्गिन्षु जुहति सर्वेन्द्रियकर्माणि प्राणकर्माणि चापरे आत्मसंयमयोगग्नो जुहति ज्ञानदीपिते द्रव्ययज्ञस्तपोयज्ञ योगयज्ञस्तथा परे स्वाध्याय यज्ञयज्ञश्च यातया संसितव्रातः अपने जुहति प्राणे प्राणं तथा परे प्राणापन गतिरुद्र प्राणायामपरायण अपरे नियताहार प्राणन् प्राणेषु जुहति सर्वेऽपि एते यज्ञविदो यज्ञशीपितः कल्मषः यज्ञशिष्टामृतभुजो यन्ति ब्रह्म सनातनम् नायं लोकोऽस्ति अयज्ञस्य कुतोऽन्यः कुरु सत्तमः एवं बहुविधा यज्ञ विधाता ब्रह्मणो मुखे कर्मज्ञान विदितान् सर्वम् एवं ज्ञात्वा विमोक्षसे श्रेयान् द्रव्यमयाद्यज्ञ यज्ञ प्रणन्तप सर्वं कर्माखिलं पार्थ ज्ञाने परिसमाप्यते तद्विधि प्राणिपातेन परिप्रश्नेन सेवया उपदक्षयन्ति ते ज्ञानानं ज्ञानिनः सत्त्वदर्शिनः यज्ञाता न पुनर्मोहम् एवं यस्यसि पाण्डव येन भूतानि आशेषानि द्रक्ष्यसि आत्मनि अथो मयि अपि चेदसि पापेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः पापकृत्तमः सर्वं ज्ञानप्लावेनैव वृजनं सन्तरिष्यसि यथेदांसि संसिद्धोऽग्निर्भस्मसत्कृतेऽर्जुन ज्ञानाग्नि सर्वकर्माणि भस्मसत्कुरुते तथा न हि ज्ञानेन सदृशं पवित्रम् इह विद्यते तत्स्वयं योग संसिद्ध कालेनात्मनि विन्दति श्रद्धया लभ्यते ज्ञानं तत्परः संयतेन्द्रिय ज्ञानानां लब्ध्वा प्राणं सन्त्यम् आचिरेणाधिगच्छति अज्ञश्चाश्रद्धदानश्च सम्यात्मा विनश्यति नायं लोकोऽस्ति न पारो न सुखं संशयात्मना योगसंन्यास्तकर्माणां ज्ञानसञ्चिन संशयम् आत्मवन्तं न कर्माणि निबन्धन्ति धनञ्जय तस्मादज्ञसम्भूतं हृत्स्थं ज्ञानसिनात्मना चित्तत्वं संयम योगम् अतिस्तोतिष्ठ भारत ओम तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुन संवादे ज्ञानकर्म संन्यास योगं चतुर्थ अध्यायः.
Thank you so much, Pranshul. Very nicely reading all these verses. Next, we have Archie Mataji, Archie Devidasi Mataji. She will be reading the translations, chapter 4, from verse number 1 to 21.
Hare Krishna. Chapter 4 Translation Transcendental Knowledge. The personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna, said, I instructed this imperishable science of yoga to the sun god Vivaswan, and Vivaswan instructed it to Manu, the father of mankind. The Manu in turn instructed it to Ikshvaku. This supreme science was thus received through the chain of disciplic succession, and the saintly kings understood it in that way. But in course of time, the succession was broken, and therefore the science as it is appeared to be lost. That very ancient science in the relationship with the Supreme is today told by me to you, because you are my devotee as well as my friend, and can therefore understand the transcendental mystery of this science. Arjuna said, the sun god Bivaswan is senior by birth to you. How am I understand that in the beginning you instructed this science to him? The personality of Godhead said, many, many births, both you and I have passed. I can remember all of them, but you cannot, O subduer of the enemy. Although I am unborn and my transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all living entities, by my internal energy, I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. Whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice, O descendant of Bharata, a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself to deliver the pious and to annihilate the miscreants, as well as to re-establish the principles of religion. I myself appear millennium after millennium. One who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world, but attains my eternal abode, O Arjuna. Being freed from attachment, fear, and anger, being fully absorbed in me and taking refuge in me, many, many persons in the past became purified by knowledge of me, and thus they all attained transcendental love for me. As all surrendered, as all surrendered unto me, I reward them accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respects, O son of Pritha. Men in this world desire success in fruitive activities, and therefore they worship the demigods. Quickly, of course, men get results from fruitive works in this world. According to the three modes of material nature and the work associated with them, the four divisions of human society are created by me. And although I am the creator of this system. You should know that I am yet the non doer, being unchangeable. There is no work that affects me, nor do I aspire for the fruits of actions. One who understands this truth about me also does not become entangled in the fruitive reactions of work. All the liberated souls in ancient times acted with this understanding of my transcendental nature. Therefore, you should perform your duty, following in their footsteps. Even the intelligent are bewildered in determining what is action and what is inaction. Now I shall explain to you what action is, knowing which you shall be liberated from all misfortune. The intricacies of action are very hard to understand. Therefore, one should know properly what action is, what forbidden action is, and what inaction is. One who sees inaction in action and action in inaction is intelligent among men, and he is in the transcendental position, although engaged in all sorts of activities. One is understood to be in full knowledge, whose every endeavor is devoid of desire for sense gratification. He is said by sages to be a worker for whom the reactions of work have been burned up by the fire of perfect knowledge. Abandoning all attachment to the results of his activities, ever satisfied and independent, he performs no fruitive action, although engaged in all kinds of undertakings. Such a man of understanding acts with mind and intelligence perfectly controlled, gives up all senses of proprietorship over his possessions, and acts only for the bare necessities of life. Thus, working, he is not affected by sinful reactions. Thank you, Mataji.
Thank you so much, Mataji. Nice reading. Next, we have Abhishek Pirva Prabhuji. Prabhuji will be reading the translations from 622 to 42.
Hare Krishna Mataji, Hare Krishna devotees. Text 22. He who is satisfied with gain, which comes of its own accord, who is free from duality and does not envy, who is steady in both success and failure, is never entangled, although performing actions. The work of a man who is unattached to the modes of material nature and who is fully situated in transcendental knowledge merges entirely into transcendence. A person who is fully absorbed in Krishna consciousness is sure to attain the spiritual kingdom because of his full contribution to spiritual activities, in which the consummation is absolute and that which is offered is of the same spiritual nature. Some yogis perfectly worship the demigods by offering different sacrifices to them, and some offer sacrifices in the fire of the Supreme Brahman. Some, the unadulterated brahmacharis, sacrifice the hearing process and the senses in the fire of mental control, and others, the regulated householders, sacrifice the objects of the senses in the fire of the senses. Others who are interested in achieving self realization through control of the mind and senses offer the functions of all the senses and of the life breath as oblations into the fire of the controlled mind. Having accepted strict vows, some become enlightened by sacrificing their possessions, and others by performing severe austerities, by practicing the yoga of eightfold mysticism, or by studying the Vedas to advance in transcendental knowledge. Still others, who are inclined to the process of breath restraint, to remain in trance, practice by offering the movement of the outgoing breath into the incoming and the incoming breath into the outgoing, and thus at last remain in trance, stopping all breathing. Others, curtailing the eating process, offer the outgoing breath into self as a sacrifice. All these performers who know the meaning of sacrifice become cleansed of sinful reactions, and having tasted the nectar of the results of sacrifices, they advance towards the supreme eternal atmosphere. O best of the Kuru dynasty, without sacrifice, One can never live happily on this planet or in this life. What then of the next? All these different types of sacrifice are approved by the Vedas, and all of them are born of different types of work. Knowing them as such, you will become liberated. O chastiser of the enemy, the sacrifice performed in the knowledge is better than the mere sacrifice of material possessions. After all, O son of Parth, all sacrifices of work culminate in transcendental knowledge. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self realized soul can impart knowledge unto you because he has seen the truth. Having obtained real knowledge from a self realized soul, you will never fall again into such illusion. For by this knowledge, you will see that all living beings are but part of the Supreme, or in other words, that they are mine. Even if you are considered to be the most sinful of all sinners, when you are situated in the boat of transcendental knowledge, you will be able to cross over the ocean of miseries. As a blazing fire turns firewood to ashes, O Arjuna, so does the fire of knowledge burn to ashes all reactions to material activities. In this world, there is nothing so sublime and pure as transcendental knowledge. Such knowledge is a mature fruit of all mysticism, and one who has become accomplished in the practice of devotional service enjoys this knowledge within himself in due course of time. A faithful man who is dedicated to transcendental knowledge and who subdues his senses is eligible to achieve such knowledge. And having achieved it, he quickly attains the supreme spiritual peace. But ignorant and faithless persons who doubt the revealed scriptures do not attain God consciousness. They fall down. For the doubting soul, there is happiness neither in this world nor in the next. One who acts in devotional service, renouncing the fruits of his actions, and whose doubts have been destroyed by transcendental knowledge, is situated factually in the self. Thus, he is not bound by the reactions of work, O conqueror of riches. Therefore, the doubts which have arisen in your heart out of ignorance should be slashed by the weapon of knowledge. Armed with yoga, O Bharata, stand and fight. Hare Krishna, Mataji.
Krishna Prabhuji, thank you so much. Nice reading. Okay, we concluded chapter 4. Now moving to chapter 5, and Savitri Devidasi Mataji will be reciting verses. This chapter 5, Karma Yoga, Action in Krishna Consciousness. Mataji will be reciting from text 1 to 29. Over to you, Mataji.
Thank you, Prachmata. Thank you. Hare Krishna, everyone. Chapter 5, Action in Krishna, Karma Yoga, Action in Krishna Consciousness. Arjuna Uvacha Sanyasam Karmanam Krishna Punaryogam cha samshasi Yachreyaetayorekam Tanme Bruhi Sunischitam श्रीभगवानुवाच कर्मयोगश्च निःश्रेयसकरावुभाव तयोस्तु कर्मसन्न्यासात् कर्मयोगो विशिष्यते ज्ञेयसा नित्यसन्न्यासी यो न द्वेष्टि न काङ्क्षति निर्द्वन्द्वो हि महाबाहो सुखं बन्धात् प्रमुच्यते साङ्ख्ययोगौ पृथक् बाला प्रवदन्ति न पण्डिता एकमप्यास्थितः सम्यक् उभयोर्विन्दते फलम् यत् साङ्ख्यै प्राप्यते स्थानं तद्योगैरपि गम्यते एकं साङ्ख्यं च योगं च यः पश्यति स पश्यति सन्न्यासस्तु महाबाहो दुःखमाप्तुम् अयोगतः योगयुक्तो मुनिर्ब्रह्मा नाचिरेणाधिगच्छति योगयुक्तो विशुद्धात्मा विजितात्मा जितेन्द्रियः सर्वभूतात्मभूतात्मा कुर्वन्नपि न लिप्यते नैव किञ्चित् करोमीति युक्तो मन्यते तत्त्ववेत् पश्यन् शृण्वन् स्पर्शन् जिघ्रन् अस्नन् गच्छन् स्वपन् स्वसन् प्रलपन् विसृजन् गृह्णान् उन्मिषन् निमिषन्नपि इन्द्रियान् इन्द्रियार्थेषु वर्तन्त इति धारयन् ब्रह्मण्याधाय कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा करोति य लिप्यते नासपापेन पद्मपत्रम् इवाम्भसा कायेन मनसा बुद्ध्या केवलैरिन्द्रियैरपि योगिना कर्म कुर्वन्ति सङ्गं त्यक्त्वात्मशुद्धये युक्तकर्माफलं त्यक्त्वा शान्तिमाप्नोति नैष्टिकीम् आयुक्ता कामकारेण फले शक्तो निबध्यते सर्वकर्माणि मनसा सन्न्यास्यस्ते सुखं वसि नवद्वारे पुरे देहि नैव कुर्वन्न कारयन् न कर्तृत्वं न कर्माणि लोकस्य सृजति प्रभुः न कर्म फलसंयोगं स्वभावस्तु प्रवर्तते न दत्ते कस्यचित् पापं न चैव सुकृतं विभुः अज्ञानेनावृतं ज्ञानं तेन मुह्यन्ति जन्तवः ज्ञानेन तु तदज्ञानं येषां नासितमात्मनः तेषामादित्यवज्ञानं प्रकाशयति तत्परम् तद्बुद्धयस्तदात्मानस्तन्निष्ठास्तत्परायणः गच्छन्ति अपुनरावृत्तं ज्ञाननिर्धूतकल्मष विद्याविनयसम्पन्ने ब्राह्मणे गविहस्तिनि सुनीचैव स्वपाके च पण्डिता समदर्शिनः इहैव तैर्जितः सर्गो येषां सम्ये स्थितं मनः निर्दोषं हि समं ब्रह्म तस्मात् ब्रह्मणि ते स्थिताः न प्रहृष्येत् प्रियं प्राप्य नोद्विजेत् प्राप्य चाप्रियं स्थिरबुद्धिरसम्मूढो ब्रह्मविद् ब्रह्मणि स्थितः बाह्यस्पर्शे स्वासक्तात्मा विन्दत्यात्मनि यत् सुखं सा ब्रह्मयोगयुक्तात्मा सुखम् अक्षयम् अश्नुते ये हि संस्पर्शजा भोगा दुःखयोनय एव ते आद्यन्तवन्तः कौन्तेय न तेषु रमते बुधः शक्नोति तैव यशोढुं प्राक्शरीरविमोक्षणात् कामक्रोधोद्भवं वेगं स युक्तः स सुखी नरः यो अन्तसुखो अन्तरारामस्तथान्तरज्योतिरेव य स योगी ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं ब्रह्मभूतोऽधिगच्छति लभन्ते ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं ऋषयः क्षीणकल्मषा छिन्नद्वैतायतात्मानः सर्वभूतहिते रताः कामक्रोधविमुक्तानां यतीनां यतचेतसाम् अभितो ब्रह्मनिर्वाणान् वर्तते विदितात्मनाम् स्पर्शान् कृत्वाभिर्बाह्यां चक्षुश्चैवान्तरे भ्रुवो प्राणापानौ समो कृत्वा नासाभ्यन्तरचारिणौ यतीन्द्रियमनोबुद्धिर्मुनिर्मोक्षपरायणः विगतेच्छा भयक्रोधो यः सदा मुक्त एव सः भोक्तारं यज्ञतपसां सर्वलोकमहेश्वरं सुहृदं सर्वभूतानां ज्ञात्वा मां शान्तिमृच्छति. Thank you, Mataji.
Thank you so much, Mataji. We are very beautifully reciting all the verses. Now I will hand over to Prashant Prabhuji for the MC service. And stop sharing.
Hare Krishna Mataji. Mataji, can you see my screen now?
Yes, Prabhuji.
Okay. Thank you, Mataji. So next we have Shruti Mataji. She is going to read the translation from chapter 5, Karma Yoga Action in Krishna Consciousness, verse 1 to 29. Mataji, over to you.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna Mataji, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Hare Krishna devotees. Karma Yoga Action in Krishna Consciousness. Arjuna said, "O Krishna, first of all, you ask me to renounce work, and then again you recommend work with devotion. Now, will you kindly tell me definitely which of two is more beneficial?" The personality of Godhead replied, "The renunciation of work and the work in devotion are both good for liberation. But of the two, work in devotional service is better than renunciation of work. One who neither hates nor desires the fruit of his activities is known to be always renounced. Such a person, free from all dualities, easily overcomes material bondage and is completely liberated. O mighty armed Arjuna! Only the ignorant speak of devotional service, Karma Yoga, as being different from the analytical study of the material world, Sankhya. Those who are actually learned, they say that he who applies himself well to one of these paths achieve the results of both. One who knows that the position reached by means of analytical studies can also be attained by devotional service, and who therefore sees analytical study and devotional service to be on the same level, see things as they are. Merely renouncing all activities yet not engaging in the devotional service of the Lord cannot make one happy. But a thoughtful person engaged in devotional service can achieve the supreme without delay. One who works in devotion, who is a pure soul and who control his mind and senses is dear to everyone and everyone is dear to him. Though always working, such a man is never entangled. A person in the divine consciousness, although engaged in seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, moving about, sleeping, and breathing, always knows within himself that he actually does nothing at all. Because while speaking, evacuating, receiving, or opening or closing his eye, he always knows that only the material senses are engaged with their object and that he is aloof from them. One who performs his duty without attachment, surrendering the result unto the Supreme Lord, is unaffected by sinful actions, as the lotus leaf is untouched by the water. The yogis, abandoning attachment, act with body, mind, intelligence, and even with the senses only for the purpose of purification. The steadily devoted soul attains unadulterated peace because he offers the result of all activities to me, whereas a person who is not in union with the divine, who is greedy for the fruit of his labor, becomes entangled. When the embodied living beings control his nature and mentally renounce all action, he resides happily in the city of nine gates, the material body, neither working nor causing work to be done. The embodied spirit, master of the city of his body, does not create activities, nor does he induce people to act, nor does he create the fruit of action. All this is enacted by the modes of material nature. Nor does the Supreme Lord assume anyone's sinful or pious activities. Embodied beings, however, are bewildered because of the ignorance which covers their real knowledge. When, however, one is enlightened with the knowledge by which nescience is destroyed, then his knowledge reveals everything as the sun lights up everything in the daytime. When one's intelligence, mind, faith, and refuge all are fixed in the Supreme, then one becomes fully cleansed of misgivings through complete knowledge and thus proceeds straight on the path of liberation. The humble sages, by virtue of true knowledge, see the equal vision, a learned and a gentle Brahmana, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog eater, outcast. Those whose minds are established in sameness and equanimity have already conquered the condition of birth and death. They are flawless like Brahman and thus they are already situated in Brahman. A person who neither rejoices upon achieving something pleasant nor lament upon obtaining something unpleasant, who is self intelligent, who is unbewildered, and who knows the science of God, is already situated in transcendence. Such a liberated person is not attracted to material sense pleasure but is always in trance, enjoying the pleasure within. In this way, the self realized person enjoys unlimited happiness, for he concentrates on the Supreme. An intelligent person does not take part in the source of misery which are due to contact with the material senses. O son of Kunti, such pleasures have a beginning and an end, and so the wise man does not delight in them. Before giving up this present body, if one is able to tolerate the urge of the material senses and check the force of desire and anger, he is well situated and is happy in this world. One whose happiness is within, who is active and rejoices within, and whose aim is inward, is actually the perfect mystic. He is liberated in the Supreme and ultimately he attains the Supreme. Those who are beyond the duality that arises from doubts, whose minds are engaged within, who are always busy working for the welfare of the living beings, and who are free from all sins, achieve liberation in the Supreme. Those who are free from anger and all material desire, who are self realized, self disciplined, and constantly endeavoring for perfection, are assured of liberation in the Supreme in the very near future. Shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eyes and the vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breath within the nostril, and thus controlling the mind, sense, and intelligence, the transcendentalist aiming at liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. One who is always in this state is certainly liberated. A person in full consciousness of me, knowing me to be the ultimate beneficiary of all sacrifice and austerities, the supreme lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well wisher of all living entities, attains peace from the pangs of material miseries. Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Thank you so much, Mataji. Very nicely you read those verses. We'll move on to the next chapter. This is chapter 6, Jnana Yoga. We have Agastya Rama presenting. Agastya Rama, are you ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hare
Over
Krishna.
to you.
ॐ श्रीपरमात्मने नमः अथ ध्यानयोगः श्रीभगवानुवाच अनाश्रितः कर्मफलं कार्यं कर्म करोति यः स सन्न्यासी च योगी च न निरग्निर्न चाक्रियः यं सन्न्यासमिति प्राहुः योगं तं विद्धि पाण्डव न ह्यसन्न्यस्तसङ्कल्पः योगी भवति कश्चन आरुरुक्षोन्मुनेर्योगं कर्म कारणमुच्यते योगारूढस्य तस्यैव शमः कारणमुच्यते यदा हिनेन्द्रियार्थेषु न कर्मस्वनुचर्यते सर्वसङ्कल्पसन्न्यासी योगारूढस्तदोच्यते उद्धरेदात्मनात्मानं नात्मानमवसादयेत् आत्मैव ह्यात्मनो बन्धुः आत्मैव रिपुरात्मनः बन्धुरात्मात्मनस्तस्य येनात्मैवात्मना जितः अनात्मनस्तु शत्रुत्वे वर्तेतात्मैव शत्रुवत् जितात्मनः प्रशान्तस्य
परमात्मा समाहितः शीतोष्णसुखदुःखेषु तथा मानापमानयोः ज्ञानविज्ञानतृप्तात्मा कूटस्थो विजितेन्द्रियः युक्त इत्युच्यते योगी समलोष्टाश्मकाञ्चनः सुहृन्मित्रार्युदासीन मध्यस्थद्वेषबन्धुषु साधुष्वपि च पापेषु समबुद्धिर्विशिष्यते योगी युञ्जीत सततम् आत्मानं रहसि स्थितः एकाकी यतचित्तात्मा निराशीरपरिग्रहः शुचौ देशे प्रतिष्ठाप्य स्थिरमासनमात्मनः ज्ञात्युच्छितं नातिनीचं चैलाचिनकुशोत्तरं तत्रैकाग्रं मनः कृत्वा यतचित्तेन्द्रियः क्रियः उपविश्यासने युञ्जत् योगमात्मविशुद्धये समं कायशिरो ग्रीवं धारयन्नचलं स्थिरः सम्प्रेक्ष्य नासिकाग्रं स्वं दिशश्चानवलोकयन् प्रशान्तात्मा विगतभीः ब्रह्मचारि व्रते स्थितः मनः संयम्यवच्चित्तः युक्त आसीत् मत्परः युञ्जन्नेवं सदात्मानं योगी नियतमानसः शान्तिं निर्वाणपरमां मत्संस्थामधिगच्छति नात्यश्नतस्तु योगोऽस्ति न चैकान्तमनश्नतः न चातिस्वप्नशीलस्य जाग्रतो नैव चार्जुन युक्ताहारविहारस्य युक्तचेष्टस्य कर्मसु युक्तस्वप्नावबोधस्य योगो भवति दुःखः यदा विनियतं चित्तम् आत्मन्येवावतिष्ठते निःस्पृहः सर्वकामेभ्यः युक्त इत्युच्यते तदा यथा दीपो निवातस्थः नेङ्गते सोपमा स्मृता योगिनो यतचित्तस्य युञ्जतो योगमात्मनः यत्र परमते चित्तं निरुद्धं योगसेवया यत्र चैवात्मनात्मानं पश्यन्यात्मनि तुष्यति सुखमात्यन्तिकं यत्तत् बुद्धिग्राह्यमतीन्द्रियं वेत्ति यत्र न चैवायं स्थितश्चरति तत्त्वतः यं लब्ध्वा चापरं लाभं मन्यते नाधिगन्ततः न्यस्तिं स्थितो न दुःखेन गुरुणाभिविचाल्यते तं विद्या दुःखसंयोगवियोगं योगसन्नितं स निश्चयेन योक्तव्यः योगो निर्विण्णचेतसा सङ्कल्पप्रभवान् कामान् त्यक्त्वा सर्वान् शेषतः मनसैवेन्द्रियग्रामं विनियम्य समन्ततः शनैः शनैरुपरमेत् बुद्ध्या धृतिगृहीतया आत्मसंस्थं मनः कृत्वा न किञ्चिदपि चिन्तयेत्.
Wow, thank you so much, Agastini. Next, we have Monica Mataji doing verses 26 to 47. Over to you, Mataji.
Hare Krishna. यतो यतो निश्चरति मनश्चञ्चलमस्थिरं ततस्ततो नियम्यैतत् आत्मन्येवावशं नयेत् प्रशान्तमनसं ह्येनं योगिनं सुखमुत्तमम् उपैति शान्तरजसं ब्रह्मभूतमकल्मषं युञ्जन्नेवं सदात्मानं योगी विगतकल्मषः सुखेन ब्रह्मसंस्पर्शम् अत्यन्तं सुखमश्नुते सर्वभूतस्थमात्मानं सर्वभूतानि चात्मनि ईक्षते योगयुक्तात्मा सर्वत्र समदर्शनः यो मां पश्यति सर्वत्र सर्वं च मयि पश्यति तस्याहं न प्रणश्यामि स च मे न प्रणश्यति सर्वभूतस्थितं यो मां भजत्येकत्वमस्थितः सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि स योगी मयि वर्तते आत्मौपम्येन सर्वत्र समं पश्यति योऽर्जुन सुखं वा यदि वा दुःखं स योगी परमो मतः अर्जुन उवाच योऽयं योगस्त्वया प्रोक्तः साम्येन मधुसूदन एतस्याहं न पश्यामि चञ्चलत्वात् स्थितिं स्थिरां चञ्चलं हि मनः कृष्ण प्रमाथि बलवदृढं तस्याहं निग्रहं मन्ये वायोरिव सुदुष्करं श्रीभगवानुवाच असंशयं महाबाहो मनो दुर्निग्रहं चलम् अभ्यासेन तु कौन्तेय वैराग्येण च गृह्यते
असंयतात्मना योगः दुष्प्राप इति मे मतिः वश्यात्मना तु यतता शक्यो वाप्तुमुपायतः अर्जुन उवाच अयति श्रद्धयोपेतः योगाच्चलितमानसः अप्राप्य योगसंसिद्धिं कां गतिं कृष्ण गच्छति कच्छिन्नो भयविभ्रष्टः छिन्नाभ्रमिव नश्यति अप्रतिष्ठो महाबाहो विमूढो ब्रह्मणः पथि एतन्मे संशयं कृष्ण छेत्तुमर्हस्य शेषतः त्वदन्यसंशयस्यास्य छेत्ता न ह्युपपद्यते श्रीभगवानुवाच पार्थ नैवेह नामुत्रा विनाशस्तस्य विद्यते न हि कल्याणकृत् कश्चित् दुर्गतिं तात गच्छति प्राप्य पुण्यकृतां लोकान् उषित्वा शाश्वतिः समाः शुचीनां श्रीमतां गेहे योगभ्रष्टोऽभिजायते अथवा योगिनामेव कुले भवति धीमताम् एतद्धि दुर्लभतरं लोके जन्म यदीदृशं तत्र तं बुद्धिसंयोगं लभते पौर्वदेहिकं यतते च ततो भूयः संसिद्धौ कुरु नन्दन पूर्वाभ्यासेन तेनैव ह्रियते ह्यवशोऽपि सः जिज्ञासुरपि योगस्य शब्दब्रह्मति वर्तते प्रयत्नाद्यतमानस्तु योगी संशुद्ध किल्बिषः अनेकजन्म संसिद्धः ततो याति परां गतिं तपस्विभ्योऽधिको योगी ज्ञानिभ्योऽपि मतोऽधिकः कर्मिभ्यश्चाधिको योगी तस्माद् योगी भवार्जुन योगिनामपि सर्वेषां मद्गतेनान्तरात्मना श्रद्धावान् भजते यो मां समे युक्ततमो मतः ओम तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे ध्यानयोगो नाम षष्ठोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्ण।
Wow, thank you so much, Mataji. Thank you, Mr. Ram. Thank you, Monica Mataji. Very wonderful recitation. Next, we have Jeswadhar Mataji, who will be reading the translation from verse 1 to 23, chapter 6, Dhyana. Over to you, Mataji. Mataji, you are on mute.
Sorry, Prabhu. Yeah.
Hare.
Text 1. So, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, one who is unattached to the fruits of his work and who works as is obligated is in the renounced order of life, and he is the true mystic, nor he who lights no fire and performs no duty. What is called renunciation you should know to be the same as yoga, or linking oneself with the Supreme, O son of Pandu. For one can never become a yogi unless he renounces the desire for sense gratification. For one who is a neophyte in the Eightfold Yoga system, work is said to be the means, and for one who is already elevated in yoga, cessation of all material activities is said to be the means. A person is said to be elevated in yoga when, having renounced all material desires, he neither acts for sense gratification nor engages in fruitive activities. One must deliver himself with the help of his mind and not degrade himself. The mind is the friend of the conditioned soul and his enemy as well. For him who has conquered the mind is the best of friends. But for one who has failed to do so, his mind will remain the greatest enemy. For one who has conquered the mind, the supersoul is already reached, for he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same. A person is said to be established in self-realization and is called a yogi or mystic when he is fully satisfied by virtue of acquired knowledge and realization. Such a person is situated in transcendence and is self-controlled. He sees everything, whether it be pebbles, stones, or gold, as the same. A person is considered still further advanced when he regards honest well-wishers, affectionate benefactors, the neutral, the mediators, the envious, friends and enemies, the pious and the sinners all with an equal mind. A transcendentalist should always engage his body, mind and self in relationship with the Supreme. He should live alone in a secluded place and should always carefully control his mind. He should be free from desires and feelings of possessiveness. To practice yoga, one should go to a secluded place and should lay kusa grass on the ground and then cover it with a deer skin and a soft cloth. The seat should be neither too high nor too low and should be situated in a sacred place. The yogi should then sit on it very firmly and practice yoga to purify the heart by controlling his mind, senses, and activities and fixing the mind on one point. One should hold one's body, neck, and head erect in a straight line and stare steadily at the tip of the nose. Thus, with an unagitated, subdued mind, devoid of fear, completely free from sex life, one should meditate upon me within the heart and make me the ultimate goal of life. Thus, practicing constant control of the body, mind, and activities, the mystic transcendentalist, his mind regulated, attains to the kingdom of God or the abode of Krishna by cessation of material existence. There is no possibility of one's becoming a yogi, O Arjuna, if one eats too much or eats too little, sleeps too much or does not sleep enough. He who is regulated in his habits of eating, sleeping, recreation, and work can mitigate all material pains by practicing the yoga system. When the yogi, by practice of yoga, disciplines his mental activities and becomes situated in transcendence, devoid of all material desires, he is said to be well established in yoga. As a lamp in a windless place does not waver, so the transcendentalist, whose mind is controlled, remains always steady in his meditation on the transcendent self. In the stage of perfection called trance or samadhi, one's mind is completely restrained from material mental activities by practice of yoga. This perfection is characterized by one's ability to see the self by the pure mind and to relish and rejoice in the self. In that joyous state, one is situated in boundless transcendental happiness, realized through transcendental senses. Established thus, one never departs from the truth, and upon gaining this, he thinks there is no greater gain. Being situated in such a position, one is never shaken, even in the midst of greatest difficulty. This indeed is actual freedom from all miseries arising from material contact. Thank you, Prabhu.
Thank you so much, Mukuli. Very nice in the verses. Next, we have Sudarshan, who's going to read from verse 24 to 47. Hare Krishna, Sudarshan.
Hare Krishna. One should engage oneself in the practice of yoga with determination and faith and not be deviated from the path. One should abandon without exception all material desires born of mental speculation and thus control all the senses on all sides by the mind. Gradually, step by step, one should become situated in trance by means of intelligence sustained by full conviction, and thus the mind should be fixed on the self alone and should think of nothing else. From wherever the mind wanders due to its flickering and unsteady nature, one must certainly withdraw it and bring it back under the control of the self. The yogi whose mind is fixed on me verily attains the highest perfection of transcendental happiness. He is beyond the mode of passion. He realizes his qualitative identity with the Supreme, and thus he is freed from all reactions to past deeds. Thus, the self controlled yogi, constantly engaged in yoga practice, becomes free from all material contamination and achieves the highest stage of perfect happiness in transcendental loving service to the Lord. A true yogi observes me in all beings and also sees every being in me. Indeed, the self realized person sees me, the Supreme Lord, everywhere. For one who sees me everywhere and sees everything in me, I am never lost, nor is he ever lost to me. Such a yogi, who engages in the worshipful service of the Super Soul, knowing that I and the Super Soul are one, remains always in me in all circumstances. He is a perfect yogi who, by comparison to his own self, sees the true equality of all beings in both their happiness and their distress, O Arjuna. Arjuna said, O Madhusudana, the system of yoga which you have summarized appears impractical and unendurable to me. for the mind is restless and unsteady. The mind is restless, turbulent, obstinate, and very strong, O Krishna, and to subdue it, I think, is more difficult than controlling the wind. Lord Shri Krishna said, O mighty armed son of Kunti, it is undoubtedly very difficult to curb the restless mind, but it is possible by suitable practice and by detachment. For one whose mind is unbridled, self realization is difficult work. But he whose mind is controlled and who strives by appropriate means is assured of success. That is my opinion. Arjuna said, O Krishna, what is the destination of the unsuccessful transcendentalist, who in the beginning takes to the process of self realization with faith, but who later desists due to worldly mindedness and thus does not attain perfection in mysticism? O mighty armed Krishna, does not such a man who is bewildered from the path of transcendence fall away from both spiritual and material success and perish like a riven cloud with no position in any sphere? This is my doubt, O Krishna, and I ask you to dispel it completely. But for you, no one is to be found who can destroy this doubt. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Son of Pritha, a transcendentalist engaged in auspicious activities does not meet with destruction either in this world or in the spiritual world. One who does good, my friend, is never overcome by evil. The unsuccessful yogi, after many years of enjoyment on the planets of the pious living entities, is born into a family of righteous people or into a family of rich aristocracy. Or, if unsuccessful after long practice of yoga, he takes his birth in a family of transcendentalists who are surely great in wisdom. Certainly, such a birth is rare in this world. On taking such a birth, he revives the divine consciousness of his previous life, and he again tries to make further progress in order to achieve complete success, O son of Kuru. By virtue of the divine consciousness of his previous life, he automatically becomes attracted to the yogic principles, even without seeking them. Such an inquisitive transcendentalist stands always above the ritualistic principles of the scriptures. And when the yogi engages himself with sincere endeavor in making further progress, being washed of all contaminations, then ultimately achieving perfection after many births of practice, he attains the supreme goal. A yogi is greater than the ascetic, greater than the empiricist, and greater than the fruitive worker. Therefore, O Arjuna, in all circumstances, be a yogi. And of all yogis, the one with great faith, who always abides in me, thinks of me within himself, and renders transcendental loving service to me. He is the most intimately united with me in yoga, and is the highest of all. That is my opinion. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Sudarshan, thank you so much for reading the rest of chapter 6 verses. Next, we have summary of chapter 7 to 12 by Kiran Prabhu. Prabhuji, are you there?
Yes, Prabhu. Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, over to you. Thank you, Prabhu.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen.
Yes, Prabhu, 1 second, I'll make you co-host.
I made him the co-host, Prabhu.
Yeah. Is it visible, Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhu, we can see it. Over to you.
Yeah. Hare Krishna devotees. So I'll be summarizing chapters 7 to 12 in a brief way. So chapter 7 talks about jnana, knowledge, and Vijnana, revealing Krishna's position as a source of both material and spiritual energies. And he explains the 8 material elements, the superior living entity, and how all the manifestations that happen in this creation rest on him, like pearls, that are strung on a thread. Also, the most important thing, that is devotional service, bhakti, is the only means to understand Krishna fully. And through Bhagavad Gita, it is very clearly identified that devotional service is the only path. And then Krishna talks about four types of pious people who have a tendency to take to devotional service, and four types of impious people who avoid him. So I would just like to elucidate what are those four types. Uh, One are the artha, coming to the pious people, the artha, the that are the distressed. So they approach God when they're suffering physically, emotionally, or materially. And then the artharthi, the seeker of wealth, and for financial improvements or for gain, success, and all of that. And then Jigyasu, the inquisitive, and they are more curious about God, the spiritual path, something higher, or some truth. And uh, they also are more inquisitive about the purpose of existence. And the last, the Gyani, the wise, and they understand Krishna's position to a lot of extent, and they want to worship him with knowledge based on Shastras. And then finally, Krishna says that, yeah, the ones who are sorry, the ones who are approaching with this type of knowledge are the most dear to him. And the four types who are impious are the mudha. They are absorbed in material work and are quite unaware of the spiritual reality uh, and the whereabouts. And the next one is Naradhama, and which is almost the lowest among mankind. And they are the ones who neglect spiritual life, and that too despite having an opportunity to it or some influence for it. And another one is class of men are the ones who are stolen by the illusion, actually, or they are derived into some kind of knowledge, which who are into some different kind of things. And finally, those who are with demonic kind of nature. So they are envious of God. They do not want to deal with devotees, or they want to deny his existence or have opposite faith. So Krishna finally emphasizes that uh, all types of people try to come to him, but pious people try to come for imperfections or some motivations, and impious try to avoid him due to ego, illusion. And finally, bhakti tries to purify all types of souls, whether pious or impious. And chapter 8 talks about uh, some kinds of ways to attain the supreme, where Arjuna specifically asks about Brahman, karma, and adhyatma. And Krishna explains death as the moment when remembrance determines one's next destination, or what one thinks of while death is the test that one has to take at the time of death. Finally, those who remember him at the last stage attain the supreme abode. And he also talks about the cosmic cycles, about Brahma's days and nights, and distinguishes about the temporary material world, its characteristics, how it is like uh, Dukhalaya Shashvatam, and then the eternal spiritual realm, how it is the ultimate. And going on to the ninth chapter, this talks about the most confidential knowledge, and where Krishna talks about Rajavidya, or the king of knowledge, and Rajaguhya, the king of secrets. He also reveals his all pervading presence, and maintaining that he's the universal, uh, he's the source of all the universe and all the creation, yet he remains quite detached. And devotional service is emphasized again as the highest uh, path and the most simplest path to attain him. And even a saint, say a sinful person, can become saintly through this process. And that process is given to us in Kali Yuga by the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And Krishna promises that there would be protection and upliftment to those who surrender. So surrender is one of the most initial aspects that one must take to, and he welcomes all, irrespective of their background or birth, and into devotional service. Uh, Moving on to chapter 10, here Krishna reveals his divine manifestations, where he establishes that he is the source of all creations, be it spiritual or material, and he is the essence of all. And here Arjuna accepts him as the supreme Brahman, and Krishna reveals his divine opulences, also known as Vibhutis. And among them, some things like the taste of water, the sun, the moon, the syllable Om, and the abilities in human beings, and the qualities, everything emanate from him. And uh, these qualities of devotees actually help uh, them in remembering Krishna in a much better way. And one should always try to uh, utilize them for remembering Krishna more and more and engaging them in service. And going on to chapter 11, here uh, Arjuna requests Krishna to see the Vishwarupa form. And for that, Krishna grants divine eyes or Divya Chakshu, and which enables actually Arjuna to behold the cosmic manifestations, the unlimited forms, the amazing blazing of effulgence, and him being situated in Krishna in multi forms. And then Krishna witnesses the destructive aspect of time devouring, how everybody is humbled by death finally, where Krishna is death. And this way, actually, Arjuna gets quite overwhelmed, and then he requests Krishna to return to the four-armed and then the two-armed form. And that this is how we can say that this chapter uh, establishes that pure devotional service will only that reveals Krishna ultimately. So one has to gradually go step by step onto that process, trying to understand Krishna and building a relationship with him. And this very well acts as a validation to all the Mayavadis who think of Krishna as impersonal and etc. And 12th chapter here, lot of qualities of the devotees and the devotional service, which is the meat of the whole Bhagavad Gita or the bhakti process. It is given, and Arjuna asks about what are the types of personal worship that can be done unto him, and then what are the aspects of impersonal realizations. And Krishna again affirms that personal devotional service unto him is the only path, and rejects all the other paths. And he also finally says that the qualities of his devotees, like who are free from envy, ego, and who are forgiving and compassionate uh, and self controlled, are the ones who will be in the process of attaining pure devotional service. So, Krishna also says that such devotees are exceedingly beloved to him. So this chapter is quite important for us too, and we can go through this on how to develop every quality and try to become more pure, because this is what we encounter on a daily basis in this material life. So finally, this set of chapters actually gives a clear guide for a spiritual seeker, actually, with bona fide knowledge and proper knowledge, from awareness to surrender to realization and to finally love. revealing Krishna as the Supreme Personality and the only source of everything, as the process, and that is the final goal to achieve pure devotional service. So this is the final conclusion of this set of chapters, and yeah, I just try to summarize it in a concise way. So thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Kira Prabhu, wonderful explanation, Prabhu. Very beautifully you prepared the slides. That's uh, very nice, Prabhu. Thank you so much for your service, Prabhu.
Thank you so much.
First time I've seen organized it that way. Thank you, Prabhu. Next, we will have Ariel Mataji present reading chapter 7. Prabhu, can you stop sharing?
Yes, Prabhu. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I've stopped sharing.
I think we can see it now. Hare Krishna, Maria Mataji, thank you so much. So we'll hand it over to you for chapter 7, Sanskrit verses 1 through 30, knowledge of the absolute. Over to you, Mataji.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, thank you. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Me Ashakta Manaparta Yogam Yunjan Mad Ashrayaha Asamyayam Sankmagramam Yata Janasita Trinu Yanam Teham Savijanam Idam Bhaksyamya Sheshataha Jagnatmaneha Bhujonya Yanatpyam Avashishyate Manusu Manusjanam Sahasreshu Kaschit Jatati Siddhaye Yatatam Api Siddhanam Kaschin Mambeti Tadbataha Pumir Apo Nalo Bayu Kammano Budhirevacha Ahankara Iti Yamme Bina Prakritir Ashtada Apareyam Itastwanyam Prakritim Vidime Param Jivabhutam Mahabaho Yayedam Dharyate Yagat Etajjonini Bhutani Sarvani Tyupadharaya Aham Kritsnasya Jagataha Prabha Pralayastata Mata Prataram Nanyat Kinchirasti Danyanjaya Maji Sarvam Idam Protam Shutre Maniganaiva Rasoham Apshukam Teya Pravashmi Shashi Surjayoho Pranava Sarva Vedeshu Shavake Paurusham Nishu Punyo Gandha Prithibhyam Cha Tejas Chasmi Bhivavasau Jivanam Sarvabhuteshu Tapaschasmi Tapaspishu Piyam Mam Sarvabhutanam Vidhi Partha Sanatanam Budhir Budhi Matan Ashmi Tehas Tehaspinam Aham Balam Balavatam Chaham Kamaraga Vivarjitam Dharma Virudho Bhutteshu Kamusmi Bharatarshava Jichaiva Satpika Bhava Rajashastamachaschaye Mataivitam Pidi Natva Aham Deshute Mayi Trivirguna Majar Bhavair Evi Sarvam Idam Jagat Mohitam Na Vijanati Mam Evyaparam Avyayam Daivihi Esha Gunamayi Mama Maya Duratyaya Mam eva je pradadhyante mayam etam tarantite namam duskritino mudha pradadyante naradhamaha mayaya pahrita jana ashuram bhavam ashritaha chaturbida bhayaya temam jana sukritinor Arto Jikshnashur Artharthi Janicha Bharatar Shabah Tishamyani Nitya Yukta Eka Bhaktir Vishishyate Priyo Hi Jani Notyartham Aham Sacha Mama Priyaha Udara sarva evaite janitva atmaiva me matam astitaha sachi yuktama mam evanutamam gatim bahunam janmanam ante janavam mam pradadhyate vasudeva sarvam iti samahatma sudurlavaha Kamaistar hrita dhyana prapadyante devataha tam tam niyamam asthaya prakritya niyataha svaya yo yo yam tanum makta shradhaya siddhum ichati tasya tasya shalam shradham tam eva vidhyadhamyaham Sataya Shradhaya Yuktastasyaradhanam ihate Lavate cha tatah kaman mayaiva vihitan hitan Antadvatu phalam tesham Tadbhavati alpametasham Devam devaya yojanti Madbhaktayanti mam api Avyaktam vyaktim apanam manyante mam abhudhayaha param bhavam ajananto mama vyayam anutamam naham prakashaha sarvasya yogamaya samabritaha mudhoyam naviyanati lokomam ajam avyayam Verdaham samatitani vartamanani charyuna bhavishyani chabhutani mam tu vedana kaschana ichadesha samutena dvanda mohena bharata sarvabhutani sammoham sarje janti parantapa Jisham tva antagatam papam dhyananam punyakarmanam tedvamba moha nirmukta bhayante mam tridha vrataha Jaramarana mukshaya mam asritya yatanti ye te brahma tatpitu kritsnam adhyatmam karma chaklam Sadhi bhutadhi daivam mam sadiyaknam chaye viduhu prayana kalle pichamam te vidur yuktashe tashaha. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Mataji, so beautifully you recited the verses. Thank you so much, Mataji. Next, we have Nick Prabhu, who will be reading the translations for chapter 7, Knowledge of the Absolute. Over to you, Nick Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Knowledge of the Absolute. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Now hear, O son of Pritha, how by practicing yoga in full consciousness of me, with mind attached to me, you can know me in full, free from doubt. I shall now declare unto you in full this knowledge, both phenomenal and numinous. This being known, nothing further shall remain for you to know. Out of many thousands among men, one may endeavor for perfection, and of those who have achieved perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego, altogether, these 8 constitute my separated material energies. Besides these, O mighty-armed Arjuna, there is another, superior energy of mind, which comprises the living entities who are exploiting the resources of this material inferior nature. All created beings have their source in these 2 natures. Of all that is material and all that is spiritual in this world, know for certain that I am both the origin and the dissolution. O conqueror of wealth, there is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me, as pearls are strung on a thread. O son of Kunti, I am the taste of water, the light of the sun and the moon, the syllable Om in the Vedic mantras. I am the sound in ether and ability in man. I am the original fragrance of the earth, and I am the heat in fire. I am the life of all that lives, and I am the penances of all ascetics. O son of Pritha, know that I am the original seed of all existences, the intelligence of the intelligent, and the prowess of all powerful men. I am the strength of the strong, devoid of passion and desire. I am sex life, which is not contrary to religious principles, O son of the Bharatas. Know that all states of being, be they of goodness, passion, or ignorance, are manifested by my energy. I am in one sense everything, but I am independent. I am not under the modes of material nature, for they, on the contrary, are within me. Deluded by the three modes, goodness, passion, and ignorance, the whole world does not know me, who am above the modes and inexhaustible. This divine energy of mine, consisting of the three modes of material nature, is difficult to overcome, but those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. Those miscreants who are grossly foolish, who are lowest among mankind, whose knowledge is stolen by by illusion, and who partake of the atheistic nature of demons, do not surrender unto me. O best of the Bharatas, four kinds of pious men begin to render devotional service unto me: the distressed, the desire of wealth, the inquisitive, and he who is searching for knowledge of the absolute. Of these, one who is in full knowledge and who is always engaged in pure devotional service is the best. For I am very dear to him, and he is dear to me. All these devotees are undoubtedly magnanimous souls, but he who is situated in knowledge of me I consider to be just like my own self. Being engaged in my transcendental service, he is sure to attain me, the highest and most perfect goal. After many births and deaths, he who is actually in knowledge surrenders unto me, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and all that is. Such a great soul is very rare. Those whose intelligence has been stolen by material desires surrender unto demigods and follow the particular rules and regulations of worship according to their own natures. I am in everyone's heart as the super soul. As soon as one desires to worship some demigod, I make his faith steady so that he can devote himself to that particular deity. Endowed with such a faith, he endeavors to worship a particular demigod and obtains his desires. But in actuality, these benefits are bestowed by me alone. Men of small intelligence worship the demigods, and their fruits are limited and temporary. Those who worship the demigods go to the planets of the demigods, but my devotees ultimately reach my supreme planet. Unintelligent men who do not know me perfectly think that I, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, was impersonal before and have now assumed this personality. Due to their small knowledge, they do not know my higher nature, which is imperishable and supreme. I am never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. For them I am covered by internal potency, and therefore they do not know that I am unborn and infallible. O Arjun, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I know everything that has happened in the past, all that is happening in the present, and all things that are yet to come. I also know all living entities, but me no one knows. O Scion of Bharata, O conqueror of the foe, all living entities are born into delusion, bewildered by dualities arisen from desire and hate. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, are freed from the dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. Intelligent persons who are endeavoring for liberation from old age and death take refuge in me in devotional service. They are actually Brahman because they entirely know everything about transcendental activities. Those in full consciousness of me, who know me, the Supreme Lord, to be the governing principle of the material manifestation, of the demigods, and of the methods of sacrifice, can understand and know me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, even at the time of death. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. Thank you so much, Mario Mataji. Next, we'll go to chapter 8, Attaining the Supreme. So verses 1 to 28 will be read by Her Grace Pranayakirti Mataji. Mataji, over to you.
Thank you so much, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. Om Shri Krishna se Paramatmane Namaha. अथ अष्टमो अध्यायः अक्षरा परा ब्रह्म योगः अर्जुनवाच किं तद् ब्रह्म किम् आध्यात्मं किं कर्म पुरुषोत्तम अधिभूतं च किं प्रोक्तम् अधिदैवं किम् उच्यते अधियज्ञा कथं कोऽत् देहे अस्मिन् मधुसूदनः प्रयाणकाले च कथं येयो असि नियतात्मभिः श्रीभगवानुवाच अक्षरं ब्रह्म परमं स्वभावो अध्यात्म उच्यते भूतभावोद्भवत्कारो विसर्गा कर्म संज्ञितः अधिभूतं चरो भावा पुरुषश्चाधिदैवतम् अधियज्ञो अहमेवात्र देहे देहभृतांवर अन्तकाले च मामेव स्मरन् मुक्त्वा कलेवरं यः प्रयाति समद्भावं याति नास्त्यत्र संशयः यं यं वापि स्मरन् भावं त्यज्यन्ते कलेवरं तं तमेवैति कौन्तेय सदा सद्भावभावितः तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु माम् अनुस्मर युध्य च मय्य अर्पित मनोबुद्धिर्मम एवेश्यस्य असंशयः अध्यात्म अभ्यास योग युक्तेन चेतसा नान्यगामिना परमं पुरुषं दिव्यं याति पार्थानु अचिन्तयन् कविं पुराणम् अनुशासितारम् अणोर्यणीयस्वयम् अनुसंरधे रेद्यः सर्वस्य धातारम् अचिन्त्य रूपम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसा परस्तात् प्रयाणकाले मनसाचलेन भक्त्या युक्तो योगबलेन चैव भ्रुवोर्मध्ये प्राणमावेश्य सम्यक् तं परं पुरुषम् उपैति दिव्यम् यद् अक्षरं वेद विदो वदन्ति विशन्ति यद्यतयो वीतरागः यद् इच्छन्ति ब्रह्मचर्यं चरन्ति तत्ते पदं संग्रहेण प्रवक्ष्ये सर्वद्वाराणि संयम्य मनोहृदि निरुध्य च मूर्धान्याधात्मना प्राणम् अस्थितो योगधारणाम् ॐ इत्येकाक्षरं ब्रह्म व्याहारन् माम अनुस्मरन् यः प्रयाति त्यजन् देहं स याति परमां गतिम् अनन्यचेता सततं यो मां स्मरति नित्यशः तस्याहं सुलभा पार्थ नित्ययुक्तस्य योगिनः मामुपेत्य पुनर्जन्म दुःख आलयम् अशाश्वतं नाप्नुवन्ति महात्माना संसिद्धिं परमां गतः आब्रह्म भुवनालोकः पुनरावर्तिनो अर्जुन मामुपेत्य तु कौन्तेय पुनर्जन्म न विद्यते सहस्रयुग अर्पयन्तम् अर्हर्यद्ब्रह्मणो विदुः रात्रिं युगसहस्राणां ते ओहारात्र विदो जनाः अव्यक्ताद्व्यक्त्यः सर्वा प्रभवन्त्य हरागमे रात्र्य आगमे प्रलीयन्ते तत्रैव अव्यक्तसंज्ञके भूतग्रामः स एवायं भूत्वा भूत्वा प्रलीयते रात्र्य आगम्य अवशः पार्थ प्रभवत्य अहरागमे परस्तस्मात्तु भावो अन्यो अव्यक्तो अव्यक्ता सनातनः यः स सर्वेषु भूतेषु नश्यत्सु न विनश्यति अव्यक्तो अक्षर इत्युक्त तमाहुः परमां गतिं यं प्राप्य न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम पुरुषा सा परः पार्थ भक्त्या लभ्यस्य वन्य अनन्या यस्यान्तः स्थानि भूतानि येन सर्वमिदं ततं यत्र काले tva anavrittim आवृत्तिं चैव योगिनः प्रयाता यान्ति तं कालं वक्ष्यामि भरतर्षभ अग्निज्योति अह शुक्लः षण्मास उत्तरायणं तत्र प्रयाता गच्छन्ति ब्रह्म ब्रह्म विदो जनाः धूमो रात्रिस्तथा कृष्णः षण्मासा दक्षिणायनं तत्र चान्द्रमसं ज्योतिर्योगी प्राप्य निवर्तते शुक्लकृष्णे गति हेतो जगता शाश्वते मते एकया यात्य अनावृत्तिम् अन्या अयावर्तते पुनः नैते स्थिति पार्थ जानन्य योगी मुह्यति कश्चन तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु योगयुक्तो भवार्जुन वेदेषु यज्ञेषु तपःसु चैव दानेषु यत् पुण्यफलं प्रदिष्टम् अस्येति तत्सर्वमिदं विदित्वा योगी परं स्थानमुपैति चाद्यम् ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे अक्षरपरब्रह्म योगो नाम अष्टमो अध्याय हरे कृष्ण thank you Prabhuji
Mataji, very wonderfully you recited the verses. Next we have His Grace Vijay Govinda from Jai Govinda Prabhu. Prabhu will be reading the translation for chapter 8, Attaining the Supreme. Prabhuji, over to you.
Hare Krishna everyone. Attaining the Supreme, Arjuna inquired, O my Lord, O Supreme Person, what is Brahman? What is the Self? What are fruitive activities? What is this material manifestation? And what are the demigods? Please explain this to me. Who is the Lord of sacrifice, and how does he lives in the body? O Madhusudana, and how can those engaged in devotional service know you at the time of death? The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the indestructible transcendental living entity is called Brahman, and his eternal nature is called Adhyat, of the self. Action pertaining to the development of the material body of living entity is called karma or fruitive activity. Oh, best of the embodied being, the physical nature which is constantly changing is called Adibhuta, the material manifestation. The universal form of the Lord, which includes all the demigods, like those of sun and moon, are called Adideva. And I, the Supreme Lord, represented as the Super Soul in the heart of every embodied being, am called Adi Jagat, the Lord of Sacrifice. And whoever at the end of his life quits his body, remembering me alone at once, attain my nature. Of this there is no doubt. Whatever state of being one remembers when he quits his body, O son of Kunti, that state will attain without fail. Therefore, Arjun, you should always think of me in the form of Krishna, and at the same time carry out your prescribed duty of fighting. With your activities dedicated to me and your mind and intelligence fixed on me, you will attain me without doubt. He who meditates on me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his mind constantly engaged in remembering me, undeviated from the path. He, O Parth, is sure to reach me. One should meditate upon the Supreme Person as the one who knows everything, as he who is the oldest, who is the controller, who is smaller than the smallest, who is the maintainer of everything, who is beyond all material conception, who is inconceivable, and who is always a person. He is luminous like sun, and he is transcendental beyond the material nature. He who at the time of death fixes his life air between the eyebrows, and by the strength of yoga, with undeviated mind, engage himself in remembering the Supreme Lord in full devotion, will certainly attain to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Person who are learned in the Vedas, who utter Omkara, and who are great sages in the renounced order enter into Brahman. Describe such perfection, one practices celibacy. I shall now briefly explain to you this process by which one may attain salvation. The yogic situation is that of detachment from all sensual activities, closing all the doors of senses, and fixing the mind on the heart of the life air at the top of the head. One establishes himself in yoga. After being situated in this yoga practice and vibrating the sacred syllable Om, the supreme combination of letters, if one thinks of Supreme Personality of Godhead, he quits his body, he will certainly reach the spiritual planets. For one who always remember me without deviation, I am easy to obtain, O son of Pratha, because of his constant engagement in devotional service. After attaining me, the great soul who are who are yogis in devotion never returns to temporary world, which is full of miseries because they have attained the highest perfection. From the highest planet in the material world down to the lowest, all are the places of misery wherein repeated birth and death take place. But one who attains to my abode, O son of Kunti, never takes birth again. By human calculation, 1,000 ages taken together form duration of Brahma's one day, and such also is the duration of his night. At the beginning of Brahma's day, all living entities become manifest from the unmanifested, and thereafter, when the night falls, they are merged into unmanifested. Again and again, when the Brahmas they arrive, all living entities come into being, and with the arrival of Brahma's night, they are helplessly annihilated. Yet there is another unmanifest nature, which is eternal and is transcendental to this manifested and unmanifested matter. It is supreme and is never annihilated. Where when all of these all in this world is annihilated, the part remains as it. That which is Vedantists describe as unmanifest and infallible, that which is known as supreme destination, the place from which, having attained it, one never returns. That is my supreme abode. The supreme personality of Godhead, who is greater than all, is attainable by unalloyed devotion. Although he is present in his abode. He is all pervading and everything is situated within him. O best of Bhartas, I shall now explain to you the different times at which passing away from this world the yogis does or does not come back. Those who know the supreme Brahman attain the supreme by passing away from the world during the influence of the fiery god in the light at an auspicious moment of the day, during the fortnight of waxing moon, or during the 6 months when the sun travels in the north. The mystic who passes away from the world during the smoke, the night, the fortnight of the waning moon, or the 6 months when the sun passes to the south, reaches the moon planet, but again come back. According to Vedic opinion, there are two ways of passing from this world, one in the light and one in the darkness. The one passes in the light, he does not come back, but one passes in the darkness, he returns. Although the devotees know these two paths, O Arjun, they are never bewildered. Therefore, be always fixed in the devotion. The person who accepts the path of devotional service is not bereft of the result derived from studies of Vedas, performing sacrifices, undergoing austerities, giving charity, or pursuing philosophical and fruitive activity. Simply by performing devotional service, he attains all this, and and at the end he reaches the supreme eternal love. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. Thank you so much, Vijay Govinda Prabhu and Aditi Mataji, for reading chapter 8. Next, we will go to chapter 9, the most confidential knowledge. We have Vishaka reading the Sanskrit verses 1 through 34. Vishaka.
श्रीभगवानुवाच इदं तु ते गुह्यं तमं प्रवक्ष्याम्यनुसूयवे ज्ञानं विज्ञानसहितं यज्ञात्वा मोक्षसे शुभात् राजविद्या राजगुह्यं पवित्रमिदमुत्तमं प्रत्यक्षावगमं धर्म्यं सुसुखं कर्तुमव्ययम् अश्रद्धनपुरुषा धर्मस्यास्य परन्तपा अप्राप्य मां निवर्तन्ते मृत्युसंसारवर्त्मनि माया ततमिदं सर्वं जगतव्यक्तमूर्तिना मत्स्थानि सर्वभूतानि न चाहं तेष्वस्थितः न च मत्स्थानि भूतानि पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम् भूतवृन्न च भूतस्थो ममात्मा भूतभावनः यथाकाशस्थितो नित्यं वायु सर्वत्र गोमहान् तथा सर्वाणि भूतानि मत्स्थानीत्युपधारय सर्वभूतानि कौन्तेय प्रकृतिं यान्ति मामिकां कल्पक्षये पुनस्तानि कल्पादौ विसृजाम्यहम् प्रकृतिं स्वामवष्टाभ्य विसृजामि पुनः पुनः भूतग्राममिमं कृत्स्नम् अवशं प्रकृतिर्वशात् न च मां तानि कर्माणि निबध्नन्ति धनञ्जय उदासीनवदासीनम् असक्तं तेषु कर्मसु मयाध्यक्षेण प्रकृति सूयते सचराचरम् हेतुनानेन कौन्तेय जगद्विपरिवर्तते अवजानन्ति मां मुद्दा मानुषीं तनुमाश्रितं परं भावम् अजानन्तो मम भूतमहेश्वरं मोगाशामोहकर्मणो मोगज्ञानविचेतसः राक्षसीम् असुरीं चैव प्रकृतिं मोहिनीं श्रितः महात्मानस्तु मां पार्थ दैवीं प्रकृतिमाश्रितः भजन्त्यन्यन्यमानसो ज्ञात्वा भूतादिमव्ययम् सततं कीर्तयन्तो मां यत्तन्तश्च दृढावृतः नमस्यन्तश्च मां भक्त्या नित्ययुक्त उपासते ज्ञानयज्ञेन च पन्ये यजन्तो मामुपासते एकत्वेन पृथक्त्वेन बहुधा विश्वदोमुखम् अहं क्रतुरहं यज्ञ स्वदाहम् अहमौषधं मन्त्रोऽहमहमेवज्यम् अहम् अग्निरहं हुतं पिताहमस्य जगतो माता दाता पितामह वेद्यं पवित्रमोकार ऋक्षमा यजुरेव च गतिर्भर्ता प्रभु साक्षी निवास शरणं सुहृत् प्रभावरा प्रलयस्थानं निदानं बिलमव्ययम् तपाम्यहं वर्षं निगृह्णाम्युच्चरामि च अमृतं चैव मृत्युश्च सद् असच्चाहमर्जुन त्रैविद्यमां सोमपापूत यज्ञैरिष्ट्वा स्वर्गतिं प्रार्थयन्ते ते पुण्यमासाद्य सुरेन्द्रलोकम् अश्नन्ति दिव्यान् दिवि देवभोगान् ते तें भुक्त्वा स्वर्गलोकं विशालं क्षीणे पुण्ये मार्त्यलोकं विशन्ति एवं त्रयी धर्ममनुप्रपाना गता कामलभन्ते अनन्यश्चिन्तयन्तो मां ये जना पर्युपासते तेषां नित्यभियुक्तानां योगक्षेमं वहाम्यहम् येऽप्यन्यदेवता भक्ता यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्विताः तेऽपि मामेव कौन्तेय यजन्त्य विद्धिपूर्वकम् अहं हि सर्वयज्ञानं भुक्ता च प्रभुरेव च न तु मामभिजानन्ति तद्वेनातश्च वन्ति ते यान्ति देवव्रता देवान् पितॄन् यान्ति पिताव्रतः भूतानि यान्ति भूतेज्य यान्ति मद्याजिनोऽपि मां पत्रं पुष्पं फलं तोयं यो मे भक्त्या प्रयच्छति तदहं भक्त्युपाहृतम् अश्नामि प्रयतात्मनः यत्करोषि यशास्नासि यज्जुहोषि ददासि यत्तपास्यसि कौन्तेय तत्कुरुष्व मदर्पणम् शुभाशुभफलैरेवं मोक्ष्यसे कर्मबन्धनैः संन्यासयोगयुक्तात्मा विमुक्तो मामुपैष्यसि समोऽहं सर्वभूतेषु न मे द्वेषोऽस्ति न प्रियः ये भजन्ति त्वां भक्त्या मयि तेषु चाप्यहम् अपि चेत् सुदुराचारो भजते मामनन्यभाक् साधुरेव समान्तव्य सम्यग् व्यवस्थितो हि व्यवस्थिसा क्षिप्रं भवति धर्मात्मा शश्वच्छन्तिं निगच्छति कौन्तेय प्रतिजानीहि न मे भक्तः प्रणयस्ति मम हि पार्थ व्यपाश्रित्य येऽपि पापयोनय स्त्रियो वैश्यास्तथा शूद्रास्तेऽपि यान्ति परां गतिं किं पुण्यभ्रमणा पुण्य भक्ता राजसस्तथा अनित्यम् असुखं लोकम् इमं प्राप्य भजस्व मां मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो मद्याजी मां नमस्कुरु मामे वैश्यसि युक्तैवम् आत्मानं मत्परायणः.
Hare Krishna Shaka. Thank you so much for reading the Sanskrit. Very beautifully read. Next, we have Vipra, who will read the translation, Chapter 9, Most Confidential Knowledge.
Hare Krishna. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjuna, because you were never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most confidential knowledge and realization, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of material existence. This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting and is joyfully performed. Those who are not faithful in this devotional service cannot attain me, O conqueror of enemies. Therefore, they return to the path of birth and death in this material world. By me, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me, but I am not in them. And yet everything that is created does not rest in me. Behold, my mystic opulence. Although I am the maintainer of all living entities, and although I am everywhere, I am not a part of this cosmic manifestation, for myself is the source of creation. Understand that as the mighty wind blowing everywhere rests always in the sky, all created being rests in me. O son of Kunti, at the end of the millennium, all material manifestations enter into my nature, and at the beginning of another millennium, by my potency, I create them again. The whole cosmic order is under me. Under my will, it is automatically manifested again and again, and under my will, it is annihilated at the end. O Dhananjaya, all this work cannot bind me. I am ever detached from all these material activities, seated as the neutral. This material nature, which is one of my energies, is working under my direction. A son of Kunti, producing all moving and non-moving beings. Under its rule, this manifestation is created and annihilated again and again. Fools deride me when I descend in the human form. They do not know my transcendental nature as the supreme lord of all that be. Those who are thus bewildered are attracted by demonic and atheist views. In that deluded condition, their hopes for liberation, their fruitive activities, and their culture of knowledge are all defeated. O son of Pritha, those who are not deluded, the great souls, are under the protection of the divine nature. They are fully engaged in devotional service because they know me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, original and inexhaustible. Always chanting my glories, endeavoring with great determination, bowing down before me, these great souls perpetually worship me with devotion. Others who engage in sacrifice by the cultivation of knowledge worship the Supreme Lord as one without a second, as diverse in many and the universal form. But it is I who am the ritual, I the sacrifice, the offering to the ancestors, the healing herb, the transcendental chant. I am the butter and the fire in the offering. I am the father of this universe, the mother, the support, and the grandsire. I am the object of knowledge, the purifier and syllable Om. I am also the Rig, the Shama, and the Yajur Vedas. I am the goal, the sustainer, the master, the witness, the abode, the refuge, and the most dear friend. I am the creation and the annihilation, the basis of everything, the resting place and the eternal seed. O Arjuna, I give heat and I withhold and send forth the rain. I am immortality and I am also death personified. Both spirit and matter are in me. Those who study the Vedas and drink the Soma juice, seeking the heavenly planets, worship me indirectly, purified of sinful reactions. They take birth on the pious heavenly planets of Indra, where they enjoy godly delights. When they have thus enjoyed vast heavenly sense, pleasure, and the results of their pious activities are exhausted, they return to this mortal planet again. Thus those who seek enjoyment by adhering to the principles of the three Vedas achieve only repeated birth and death. But those who always worship me with exclusive devotion, meditating on my transcendental form, to them I carry what they lack, and I preserve what they have. Those who are devotees of other gods and who worship them with faith actually worship only me, O son of Kunti, but they do so in a wrong way. I am the only enjoyer and master of all sacrifices. Therefore, those who do not recognize my true transcendental nature fall down. Those who worship the demigods will take birth among the demigods. Those who worship the ancestors will go to the ancestors. Those who worship ghosts and spirits will take birth among such beings, and those who worship me will live with me. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or water, I will accept it. Whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer or give away, and whatever austerities you perform, do that, O son of Kunti, as an offering to me. In this way you will be freed from bondage to work and its auspicious and inauspicious results. With your mind fixed on me, in this principle of renunciation, you will be liberated and come to me. I envy no one, nor am I partial to anyone. I am equal to all, but whoever renders service unto me in devotion is a friend, is in me, and I am also a friend to him. Even if one commits the most abominable action, If he is engaged in devotional service, he is to be considered saintly, because he is properly situated in his determination. He quickly becomes righteous and attains lasting peace. O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. O son of Pritha, those who take shelter of me, though they be lower of birth, women, Vaishyas, merchants, and Sudras, workers, can attain the supreme destination. How much more this is so of the righteous Brahmanas. Devotees of the saintly kings, therefore, having come to this temporary miserable world, engage in loving service unto me. Engage your mind always in thinking of me. Become my devotee. Offer obeisances to me and worship me. Being completely absorbed in me, surely you will come to me. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Vipra. Thank you so much. Thank you, Vishaka Vipra, for completing chapter 9. Next, we will go to chapter 10, the Opulence of the Absolute. We have Sandeep Prabhu reading verse 1 through 21. Sandeep Prabhu, over to you. Sandeep Prabhu, are you there? Roja Mataji, are you there?
Doesn't look like it, Prabhuji.
Oh, 1 second. Veena Mataji, are you able to cover?
Let me just quickly call him, Prabhu. He was there online.
One second, please.
He's joining in now, minute, Prabhu.
Okay.
He didn't realize his turn has come so fast. Maybe until he comes, joins, we can have Karthik sing Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Karthik. Wish you happy Krishna Kandi's birthday. Would you like to sing?
Yes, Mataji. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
You can continue, Karthik. I'll tell you when Prabhu joins.
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Thank you, Karthik. Prabhu's here.
Hare Krishna, Sandeep Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Mataji, Hare Krishna Prabhu. Sorry for the delay.
No worries, Prabhu. I'll hand it off to you for chapter 10, Opulence of the Absolute. And you'll be covering verse 1 through 21.
Yep, Prabhu. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Bhuya eva mahabaho shunu me paramam vachaha yatte ham priyamaneya vakshyami hitakamyaya नामे विदुसूरगण प्रभावं न महर्षय अहम् आदेर्हि देवनं महर्षिणां च सर्वसा यो मा अज्ञामनादिं च वेति लोकमहेश्वरम् असम्मुदं सा मात्येषु सर्वपापै प्रमुच्यते बुद्धिर्ज्ञानम् असम्मोह क्षमा सत्यं दाम सम सुखं दुःखं भवाभावो भयं च भयम् एव च अहिंसा समाता तुष्टिस् तपोदानं यशो यसा भवन्ति भावभूतानां मत एव पृथग्विदा महर्षया सप्त पूर्वे चात्वरो मनवास्तथा मद्भावा मनसा जाता ये संलोक इमा प्रजा एतं विभूतिं योगं च मम यो वेति तत्त्वता सोऽविकल्पेन योगेन युज्यते नात्र संशया अहं सर्वस्य प्रभावो मतः सर्वं प्रवर्तते इति मात्वा भजन्ते मां बुद्धभावसमन्विता मच्चिता मद्गतप्राणा बोधयन्त परस्परं कथयन्तश्च मां नित्यं तुष्यन्ति च रमन्ति च तेषां सतता युक्तानां भजतं प्रीतिपूर्वकं ददामि बुद्धियोगं तं येन माम् उपयन्ति ते तेषाम् एवानुकम्पर्तम् अहम् अज्ञानजं तमा नास्यामि आत्मभावस्थो ज्ञानदीपेन भास्वता अर्जुन उवाच परं ब्रह्म परं धाम पवित्रं पवित्रपरमं भावनं पुरुषं शाश्वतं दिव्यम् आदिदेवम् अजं विभुम् अहस्त्वं ऋषये सर्वे देवश्री नारदास्तथा आसितो देवलो व्यास स्वयं चैव ब्रवीषि मे सर्वम् एतदृतं मन्ये ये मां वादसी केशव नाहि ते भगवान् व्यक्तिं विदुर्देव न दानव स्वयं एवात्मनात्मानं वेत्त्वं पुरुषोत्तम भूतभावान् भूतेश देवदेव जगत्पते वक्तुम् अर्हसि अशेषेण दिव्य हि आत्मविभूत्यः विभूतिभिर्लोक इमं त्वं व्याप्य तिष्ठसि कथं वेद्यम् अहं योगिं त्वं सदा परिचिन्तयन् केषु केषु च भावेषु चिन्तयोऽसि भगवान् माया विस्तराणेत्मानो योगं विभूतिं च जनार्दन भूयं कथाय तृप्तिः शृण्वतो नास्ति मे मृतं श्रीभगवानुवाच हन्त ते कथयिष्यामि दिव्य हि आत्मविभूत्यः प्रधान्याता कुरु श्रेष्ठ नास्ति अन्त विस्तरास्य मे अहम् आत्मा गुडाकेश सर्वभूतस्य स्थितः अहम् आदिश्च मध्यं च भूतानन्त एव च आदित्यानाम् अहं विष्णुर्ज्योतिषं रवि अंशुमान् मरीचिर्मारुतम् अस्मि नक्षत्राणाम् अहं शशि. Hare
Thank you
Krishna.
so much, Prabhu. Next, we have our Grace Gopika Mataji, who will be reading verse 22 to 42. Gopika Mataji, over to you.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. वेदानां सामवेदोऽस्मि देवानामस्मि वासवः इन्द्रियाणां मनश्चास्मि भूतानामस्मि चेतना रुद्राणां शङ्करश्चास्मि
वित्तेषु यक्षरक्षसां वसुनां पावकश्चास्मि मेरुः शिखरिणामहं पुरोदसां च मुख्यं मां विद्धि पार्थ बृहस्पतिं सेनानीनामहं स्कन्दः सरसामस्मि सागरः महर्षीणां भृहुराहं गिरामस्मेकमक्षरम् यज्ञानां जपयज्ञोऽस्मि स्थावराणां हिमालयः अश्वत्थः सर्ववृक्षाणां देवर्षीणां च नारदः गन्धर्वाणां चित्ररथः सिद्धानां कपिलो मुनिः उच्चैश्रवसमश्वानां विद्धि माम् अमृतोद्भवम् ऐरावतं गजेन्द्राणां नराणां च नराधिपम् आयुधानामहं वज्रं धेनूनामस्मि कामधुक् प्रजनश्चास्मि कन्दर्पः सर्पाणामस्मि वासुकिः अनन्तश्चास्मि नागानां वरुणो यातसामहं पितॄणामर्यमा चास्मि यमः समीयमतामहं प्रह्लादश्चास्मि दैत्यानां कालः कलयतामहं मृगाणां च मृगेन्द्रोऽहं वैनतेयश्च पक्षिणां पवनः पवतामस्मि रामः शास्त्रभृतामहं जसानां मकरश्चास्मि स्रोतसामस्मि जानवी सर्गाणामादिरन्तश्च मध्यं चैवाहमर्जुन अध्यात्मविद्या विद्यानां वादः प्रवदतामहम् अक्षराणामकारोऽस्मि द्वन्द्वासामसि कस्य च अहमेवाक्षयः कालो धाताहं विश्वतोमुखः मृत्युसर्वहरश्चाहम् उद्भवश्चाभविष्यतां कीर्तिश्रीवाक्षनारीणां स्मृतिर्मेधा धृतक्षमा बृहत्साम तथा साम्नां गायत्री छन्दसामहं मासानां मार्गशीर्षोऽहं ऋतूनां कुसुमकारः द्यूतं चलयतामस्मि तेजस्तेजस्विनामहं झयोऽस्मि व्यवसायोऽस्मि सत्त्वं सत्त्ववतामहं वृष्णीनां वासुदेवोऽस्मि पाण्डवानां धनञ्जयः मुनीनामप्यहं व्यासः कवीनाम् उशना कविः दन्दो धमयतामस्मि नीतिरस्मि जिगीषतां मौनं चैवास्मि गुह्यानां ज्ञानं ज्ञानावतमहं यच्चापि सर्वभूतानां बीजं तदमर्जुन न तदस्ति विना यच्छान् मय्या भूतं चराचरं नान्तोऽस्ति मम दिव्यानां विभूतीनां परन्तप ईश तु देशतः प्रोक्तो विभूतेर्विस्तरो मया यद्यद्वुभीतिमत्सत्त्वं श्रीमद् वा तत्तदेवावगच्छत्वं मम तेजोंसमं भवम् अथवा बहुनैतेन किं ज्ञातेन तवर्जुन विष्टभ्याहमिदं कृत्स्नम् एकांसेन स्थितो जगत् ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे विभूतियोगो नाम दशमोऽध्यायः श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु Thank you, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna. Thank you for beautifully reciting those verses. Next, we will have Rojamataji read the translation for chapter 10, verses 1 through 21, the opulence of the Absolute. Urja Mataji, over to you.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Listen again, O mighty Aunt Arjuna, because you are my dear friend. For you, for your benefit, I shall speak to you further, giving knowledge that is better than what I have already explained. Neither the hosts of demigods nor the great sages know my origin or opulence, for in every respect I am the source of the demigods and sages. He who knows me as the unborn, as the beginningless, as the supreme Lord of all the worlds, he only undiluted among men is freed from all sins. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness and distress, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy. All these various qualities of living beings are created by me alone. The seven great sages, and before them the four other great sages, and the Manus pro- progenitors of mankind, come from me, born from my mind, and all the living beings populating the various planets descend from them. One who is factually convinced of this opulence and mystic power of mind engages in unalloyed devotional service. Of this there is no doubt. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who perfectly know this engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. The thoughts of my pure devotees dwell in me. Their lives are fully devoted to my service, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss from always enlightening one another and conversing about me. To those who are constantly devoted to serving me with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me. To show them special mercy, I dwelling in their hearts, destroy with the shining lamp of knowledge the darkness born of ignorance. Arjuna said, "You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the ultimate abode, the purest, the absolute truth. You are the eternal, transcendental, original person, the unborn, the greatest. All the great sages such as Narada, Asita, Dvela, and Vyasa confirmed this truth about you. And now you yourself are declaring it to me. O Krishna, I totally accept as the truth all that you have told me. Neither the demigods nor the demons, O Lord, can understand your personality. Indeed, you alone know yourself by your own eternal potency, O Supreme Person, origin of all, Lord of all beings, good God of gods, Lord of the universe. Please tell me in detail of your divine opulences by which you pervade all these worlds. O Krishna, O Supreme Mystic, how shall I constantly think of you, and how shall I know you? In what various forms are you to be remembered, O Supreme Personality of Godhead? O Janardana, again please describe in detail the mystic power of your opulences. I am never satiated in hearing about you, but the more I hear, the more I want to taste the nectar of your words. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Yes, I will tell you of my splendorous manifestations, but only of those which are prominent, O Arjuna. For my opulence is limitless. I am the super soul, O Arjuna, seated in the hearts of all living entities. I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all beings. Of the Adityas, I am Vishnu. O of lights, I am the radiant son of the Maruts. I am Marichi. And among the stars, I am the moon.
Thank you, Mataji.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna, Mataji. Thank you for nicely reading those verses. Next, we have Karthik, who will be reading verses 22 to 42. Translation. Happy Krishna Conscious Karthik Karthik.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. Text 22. Of the Vedas, I am the Samaveda. Of the demigods, I am Indra, the king of heaven. Of, of the senses, I am the mind. And in living beings, I am the living force, consciousness. Text 23. Of all the Rudras, I am Lord Shiva. Of the Yakshas and Rakshasas, I am the Lord of wealth, Kuvera. Of the Vasus, I am fire, Agni. And of mountains, I am Meru. Text 24. Of priests, O Arjuna, know me to be the chief, Brihaspati. Of generals, I am Kartikeya. And of bodies of water, I am the ocean. Text 25. Of the great sages, I am Bhrigu. Of vibrations, I am the transcendental Om. Of sacrifices, I am the chanting of the holy names, Japa. And of immovable things, I am the Himalayas. Text 26. Of all trees, I am the banyan tree. Of all the sages among the demigods, I am Narada. Of the Gandharvas, I am Chitrarata. And among perfected beings, I am the sage Kapila. Text 27. Of, of horses, know me to be Uchairava, produced during the churning of the ocean for nectar. Of lordly elephants, I am Airavata, and among men, I am the monarch. Text 28. Of weapons, I am the thunderbolt. Among cows, I am Surabhi. Of causes for protection, I am Kandalpa, the god of love, of and of serpents, I am Vasuki. Text 29. Of the many hooded Nagas, I am Ananta, and among the aquatics, I am the demigod Varuna. Of departed ancestors, I am Aryama, and among the dispensers of law, I am Yama, the lord of death. Text 30. Among the Daitya demons, I am the devoted Prahlada. Among subduers, I am time. Among beasts, I am the lion. And among birds, I am Garuda. Text 31. Of purifiers, I am the wind. Of the welders of weapons, I am Rama. Of fishes, I am the shark. Of flowing rivers, I am the Ganga. Text 32. Of all creations, I am the beginning and the end, and also the middle. O Arjuna, of all sciences, I am the spiritual science of the self. And among logicians, I am the conclusive truth. Text 33. Of letters, I am the letter A. And among compound words, I am the dual compound. I am also in inexhaustible time, and of creators I am Brahma. Text 34. I am all devouring death, and I am the generating principle of all that is yet to be. Among women I am fame, fortune, fine speech, memory, intelligence, steadfastness, and patience. Text 35. Of the hymns in the Samaveda, I am Brihatved Sama, and of poetry, I am the Gayatri. Of months, I am Margashira, November, December, and of seasons, I am flower bearing spring. Text 36. I am also the gambling of cheats, and of the splendid I am the splendor. I am victory, I am adventure, and I am strength of the strong. Text 37. Of the descendants of Vrishni, I am Vasudeva, and of the Pandavas, I am Arjuna. Of the sages, I am Vyasa, and among great thinkers, I am Ushana. Text 38. Among all means of supervising lawlessness, I am punishment. Of those who seek victory, I am morality. Of secret things, I am silence, and of the wise I am the wisdom. Text 39. Furthermore, O Arjuna, I am the generating seed of all existences. There is no being moving or non-moving, that can exist without me. Text 40. O mighty conqueror of enemies, there is no end to my divine manifestations. What I have spoken to you is but a mere indication, indi- indication, indication of my infinite opulences. Text 41. Know that all opulent, beautiful, and glorious creations spring from but a spark of my splendor. Text 42. But what need is there, Arjuna, for all the detailed knowledge? With a single fragment of myself, I pervade and support this entire universe. Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Karthik, so nicely you read all the verses. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you to Sandeep Prabhu, Bhaktamataji, Vardhamat Karthik for completing chapter 10. Next, we'll go to chapter 11, the universal form. Pushtikarna Mataji, or Grace Pushtikarna Mataji, will read verses 1 through 27. Mataji, over to you.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, Hare Krishna devotees. अथ एकादशोऽध्यायः अर्जुन उवाच मदनुग्रहाय परमं गुह्यमध्यात्मसङ्गितं यत्त्वयोक्तं वचस्तेनं मोहोऽयं विगतो मम भवाप्ययो हि भूतानां श्रुतौ विस्तरशो मया तत्त्वः कमलपत्राक्ष महात्म्य अपि चाव्ययम् एवमेतद्यथाथत्वमात्मानं श्रीपरमेश्वरः द्रष्टुमिच्छामि ते रूपम् ऐश्वरं पुरुषोत्तम मन्यसे यदि तच्छक्यं मया द्रष्टुमिति प्रभो योगेश्वर ततो मे त्वं दर्शयात्मानमव्ययम् श्रीभगवानुवाच पश्य मे पार्थरूपाणि शतशोऽथ सहस्रश नानाविधानि दिव्यानि नानावर्णाकृतीनि च पश्यादित्यान् वसून् रुद्रान् अश्विनौ मरुतस्तथा बहून्यदृष्टपूर्वाणि पश्याश्चर्याणि भारत इहैकस्थं जगत्कृत्स्नं पश्याद्य सचराचरं मम देहे गुडाकेश यच्चान्यत् द्रष्टुमिच्छसि न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम् सञ्जय उवाच एवमुक्त्वा ततो राजन् महायोगेश्वरो हरि दर्शयामास पार्थाय परमं रूपमैश्वरम् अनेकवक्त्रनयनम् अनेकाद्भुतदर्शनम् अनेकदिव्याभरणं दिव्यानेकोद्यतायुधं दिव्यमाल्याम्बरधरं दिव्य गन्धानुलेपनं सर्वाश्चर्यमयं देव अनन्तेवम् अनन्तं विश्वतोमुखं दिवि सूर्यसहस्रस्य भवेद् पदुत्थिता यदि भासदृशी सा स्याद्भासस्तस्य महात्मना तत्रैकस्थं जगत्कृष्णं प्रविभक्तमनेकधा अपश्यद्देव देवस्य शरीरे पाण्डवस्तदा ततः स विस्मयाविष्टो हृष्टरोमा धनञ्जयः प्रणम्य शिरसा देवं जलिर्भाषत अर्जुन उवाच पश्यामि देवांस्तव देवदेहे सर्वांस्तथा भूतविशेषसङ्गान् ब्रह्माणमीशं कमलासनस्थं ऋषिश्च सर्वाङ्नुरगाश्च दिव्यान् अनेकबाहूदरवक्त्रनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां सर्वतोऽनन्तरूपम् नान्तं न मध्यं न पुनस्तवादिं पश्यामि विश्वरूपं किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रिणं च तेजोराशिं सर्वतो दीप्तिमन्तं पश्यामि त्वां दुर्निरीक्षं समन्तात् दीप्तानलार्कद्युतिमप्रमेयम् त्वमक्षरं परमं वेदितव्यं त्वमस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं त्वमव्ययः शाश्वतधर्मगोप्ता सनातनस्त्वं पुरुषो मतो मे अनादिमध्यान्तमनन्तवीर्यमनन्तबाहुं शशिशूर्यनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां दीप्तहुताशवक्त्रं स्वतेजसा विश्वमिदं तपन्तं द्यावा पृथिव्योरिदमन्तरं हि व्याप्तं त्वयैकेन दिशश्च सर्वा दृष्ट्वाद्भुतं रूपमोग्रं तवेदं लोकत्रयं प्रव्यथितं महात्मन् अमीहि त्वां सूरसङ्घा विशन्ति केचिदवीता प्राञ्जलयो गृह्णन्ति स्वस्तीत्युक्ता महर्षि सिद्धसङ्घा स्तुवन्ति त्वां स्तुतिभिः पुष्कलाभिः रुद्रादित्या वसवो ये च साध्या विश्वेस्मिनो मरुतश्चोष्मपाश्च गन्धर्वयक्षासुरसिद्धसङ्घा वीक्षन्ति त्वां विस्मिताश्चैव सर्वे रूपं महते बहुवक्त्र नेत्रं महाबाहो बहुबाहुरूपादं बहुधरं बहुदृष्टा करालं दृष्ट्वा लोका प्रव्यथितास्तथाहं नभस्पृशं दीप्तमनेकवर्णं व्यात्ताननं दीप्तविशालनेत्रं दृष्ट्वा हि त्वां प्रव्यथितान्तरात्मा धृतिं न विन्दामि समं च विष्णो दृष्टा करालानि च ते मुखानि दृष्टैव कालानलसन्निभानि दिशो न जाने न लभे च शर्मा प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास अमी च त्वां द्रष्टराष्ट्रस्य पुत्राः सर्वे सहैवावनिपालसङ्घे भीष्मो द्रोणासुतपुत्रस्तथासौ सहास्मदीयैरपि योधमुख्यैः वक्त्राणि ते त्वरमाणा विशन्ति दृष्टा करालानि भयानकानि केचिद् विलग्नान् दशनान्तरेषु सन्दृश्यन्ते चूर्णैस्तरुतमाङ्गे. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Wow, Mataji, very nicely recited those verses. Thank you so much, Mataji. Next, we have Samavita reading verses 28 to 55 in Sanskrit. Samavita, over to you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji. यथा नदीनां बहवोऽम्बुवेगाः समुद्रमेवाभिमुखा द्रवन्ति तथा तवामि नरलोकवीराः विशन्ति वक्त्राण्यभिविज्वलन्ति यथा प्रदीप्तं ज्वलनं पतङ्गाः विशन्ति नाशाय संवृत्तवेगाः तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोकाः तवापि वक्त्राणि संवृत्तवेगाः लेलिह्यसेऽग्रसमानः समन्तात् लोकान् समग्रान् वदने ज्वलद्भिः तेजोभिरापूर्य जगत्समग्रं भासस्तवोग्राः प्रतपत्निविष्णो आख्यायि मे को भवानुग्ररूपः नमोऽस्तु ते देववर प्रसीद विज्ञातुमिच्छामि भवन्तमाद्यं न हि प्रजानामि तव प्रवृत्तिं श्रीभगवानुवाच कालोऽस्मि लोकक्षयकृत् प्रवृद्धः लोकान् समाहर्तुमिह प्रवृत्तः ऋतेऽपि त्वां न भविष्यन्ति सर्वे एव स्थिताः प्रत्यनीकेषु योधाः तस्मात् त्वमुत्तिष्ठ यशो लभस्व जित्वा शत्रुन् भुङ्क्ष्व राज्यं समृद्धं मयैवैते निहताः पूर्वमेव निमित्तमात्रं भव सव्यसाचिन् द्रोणं च भीष्मं च जयद्रथं च कर्णं तथान्यादपि योधवीरान् मया हतांस्त्वं जहिमा व्यतिष्ठ युध्यस्वजेतासि रणे सपत्नान् सञ्जय उवाच एतच्छ्रुत्वा वचनं केशवस्य कृताञ्जलिर्वेपमाना किरीटी नमस्कृत्वा भूय एवाह कृत्स्नं सगद्गदं भीतप्रणम्य अर्जुन उवाच स्थाने हृषीकेश तव प्रकीर्त्या जगत्प्रहृष्यत्यनुरज्यते च रक्षांसि भीतानि दिशो द्रवन्ति सर्वे नमस्यन्ति च सिद्धसङ्गाः कस्माच्च तेन न मेरन्महात्मन् गरीयसे ब्रह्मणोऽप्यादिकर्ते अनन्तदेवेश जगन्निवास त्वमक्षरं सदसत्तत्परं यत् त्वमादिदेवः पुरुषः पुराणः त्वमस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं वेत्तासि वेद्यं च परं च धाम त्वया ततं विश्वमनन्तरूप वायुर्यमोऽग्निर्वरुणः शशाङ्कः प्रजापतिस्त्वां प्रपितामहश्च नमो नमस्तेऽस्तु सहस्रकृत्वः पुनश्च भूयोऽपि नमो नमस्ते नमः पुरस्तादत पृष्ठदस्ते नमोऽस्तु ते सर्वत एव सर्वा अनन्तवीर्यामितविक्रमस्त्वं सर्वं समाप्नोषि ततोऽसि सर्वाः सखेति मत्वा प्रसभं यदुक्तं हे कृष्ण हे यादव हे सखेति अजानता महिमानं तवेदं मया प्रमादात् प्रणयेन वापि यच्चावहासार्थमसत्कृतोऽसि विहारशय्यासनभोजनेषु एको तवाप्यच्युत तत्समक्षं तत्क्षामये त्वामहमप्रमेयं पितासि लोकस्य चराचरस्य त्वमस्य पूज्यस्य गुरुर्गरीयान् न त्वत्समोऽस्त्यभ्यधिकः कुतोऽन्यः लोकत्रये प्रप्रतिमप्रभावा तस्मात् प्रणम्य प्रणिधाय कायं प्रसादये त्वामहमीशमीढ्यं पितैव पुत्रस्य सखेव सख्युः प्रियः प्रियार्यार्हसि देव सोढुम् अदृष्टपूर्वं हृषितोऽस्मि दृष्ट्वा भयेन च प्रव्यतितं मनो मे तदेव मे दर्शय देवरूपं प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रहस्तम् इच्छामि त्वां द्रष्टुमहं तथैव तेनैव रूपेण चतुर्भुजेन सहस्यबाहो भव विश्वमूर्ते श्रीभगवानुवाच मया प्रसन्नेन तवार्जुनेदं रूपं परं दर्शितमात्मयोगात् तेजोमयं विश्वमनन्तमाद्यं यन्मे त्वदन्येन न दृष्टपूर्वं न वेदयज्ञाध्ययनैर्न दानैः न च क्रियाभिर्न तपोभिरुग्रैः एवं रूपः शक्य अहं नृलोके द्रष्टुं त्वदन्येन कुरु प्रवीरा मा ते व्यथा मा च विमूढभावः दृष्ट्वा रूपं घोरमीदृन्ममेदं व्यपेतभिः प्रीतमनाः पुनस्त्वं तदेव मे रूपमिदं प्रपश्य सञ्जय उवाच इत्यर्जुनं वासुदेवस्तथोक्त्वा स्वकं रूपं दर्शयामास भूयाः आश्वासयामास च भीतमेनं भूत्वा पुनः सौम्य वपुर्महात्मा अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेदं मानुषं रूपं तव सौम्यं जनार्दन इदानीमस्मि संवृत्तः सचेताः प्रकृतिं गतः श्रीभगवानुवाच सुदुर्दर्शमिदं रूपं दृष्टवानसि यन्मम देवा अप्यस्य रूपस्य नित्यं दर्शिनकाङ्क्षिणः नाहं वेदैर्न तपसा न दानेन न चेजया शक्य एवं विदो द्रष्टुं दृष्टवानसि मां यथा भक्त्या त्वनन्यया शक्यः अहमेवं विधोऽर्जुन ज्ञातुं द्रष्टुं च तत्त्वेन प्रवेष्टुं च परन्तप मत्कर्म कृन्मत्परमः मद्भक्तः सङ्गवर्जितः निर्वैरः सर्वभूतेषु यः स मामेति पाण्डव ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे विश्वरूपसन्दर्शनयोगो नाम एकादशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्ण प्रभु।
Hare Krishna Samhita, so nicely you recited all the verses for chapter 11. Next, we will have Priya Prabhu reading translation from verse 1 to 27. Chapter 11, Universal Form.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, over to you.
Arjun said, I have heard your instruction on confidential spiritual matters, which you have so kindly delivered unto me, and my illusion is now dispelled. O lotus-eyed one, I have heard from you in detail about the appearance and disappearance of every living entity, as realized through your inexhaustible glories. O greatest of all personalities, O supreme form, though I see here before me your actual position, I yet wish to see how you have entered into this cosmic manifestation. I want to see that form of yours. If you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, O Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me that universal self. The blessed Lord said, My dear Arjun, O son of Partha, behold now my opulence, hundreds of thousands of varied divine forms, multicolored like the sea. O best of the Bharatas, see here the different manifestations of Adityas, Rudras, and all demigods. Behold the many things which no one has ever seen or heard before. Whatever you wish to see can be seen all at once in this body. This universal form can show you all that you now desire, as well as whatever you may desire in future. Everything is here completely. But you cannot see me with present eyes. Therefore, I give to you divine eyes by which you can behold my mystic opulence. Sanjay said, O king, speaking thus, the supreme, the Lord of all mystic power, the personality of Godhead, displayed his universal form to Arjuna. Arjuna saw in that universal form unlimited mouths and unlimited eyes. It was all wondrous. The form was decorated with divine, dazzling ornaments and arrayed in many garbs. He was garlanded gloriously, and there were many scents smeared over his body. All was magnificent, all expanding, unlimited. This was seen by Arjuna. What Arjuna saw was indescribable. Yet Sanjay is trying to give a mental picture of that great revelation to Dhritarashtra. Neither Sanjay nor Dhritarashtra were present, but Sanjay, by the grace of Vyasa, could see whatever happened. Thus, he now compared the situation as far as it can be understood to an imaginable phenomenon. For example, thousands of suns. At that time, Arjuna could see in the universal form of the Lord the unlimited expansion of the universe, situated in one place, although divided into many, many thousands. Then, bewildered and astonished, his hair standing on end, Arjuna began to pray with folded hands, offering obeisances to the Supreme Lord. Arjuna said, My dear Lord Krishna, I see assembled together in your body all the demigods and various other living entities. I see Brahma sitting on the lotus flower, as well as Lord Shiva and many sages and divine serpents. O Lord of the universe, I see in your universal body many, many forms, bellies, mouths, eyes, expanded without limit. There is no end, there is no beginning, and there is no middle to all this. Your form, adorned with various crowns, clubs, discs, is difficult to see because of its glaring effluence, which is fiery and immeasurable like the sun. You are the supreme primal objective. You are the best in all the universe. You are inexhaustible, and you are the oldest. You are the maintainer of religion, the eternal personality of Godhead. You are the origin without beginning, middle, or end. You have number, this arm, and the sun and moon are more. Your great unlimited eyes, by your own radiance, you are hearing this entire universe. You are hitting this entire universe. Although you are one, you are spread throughout the sky and the planets and all space between. O great one, as I behold this terrible form, I see that all the planetary systems are perplexed. All the demigods are surrounding and entering into you. They are very much afraid, and with folded hands, they are singing the Vedic hymns. The different manifestations of Lord Shiva, the Advaita, the Vasus, the Sadhyas, and Visadevas. The two Aswin, the Marus, the forefathers, and the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, Asuras, and all perfected demigods are beholding you in wonder. O mighty armed one, all the planets with their demigods are disturbed at seeing your many faces, eyes, arms, bellies, and legs, and your terrible teeth. As they are disturbed, so am I. O all-pervading Vishnu, I can no longer maintain my equilibrium. Seeing your radiant colors fill the sky and beholding your eyes and mouths, I am afraid. O Lord of Lords, O refuge of the world, please be gracious to me. I can not keep my balance, seeing thus your blazing, death-like faces and awful teeth. In all directions I am bewildered. All the sons of Dhritarashtra, along with their allied kings, Bhishma, Drona, Karna, and all other soldiers, are rushing into your mouths, their head smashed by your fearful teeth. I see that some are being crushed between your teeth as well. Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Thank you so much, Prabhu, for reading translation. Next, we have Keshapani Prabhu, who will be reading verses 28 to 55. Over to you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Text number 28. As the many waves of the river flow into the ocean, so do all these great warriors enter blazing into your mouths. Text 29. I see all people rushing full speed into your mouths as moths dash to destruction in a blazing fire. Text 30. O Vishnu, I see you devouring all people from all sides with your flaming mouths, covering all the universe with your effulgence. You are manifest with terrible scorching rays. Text 31. O Lord of Lords, so fierce of form, please tell me who you are. I offer my obeisances unto you. Please be gracious to me. You are the primal Lord. I want to know about you, for I do not know what your mission is. Text 32. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Time I am, the great destroyer of the worlds, and I have come here to destroy all people. With the exception of you, the Pandavas, all the soldiers here on the both sides will be slain. Text 33. Therefore get up, prepare to fight and win glory. Conquer your enemies and enjoy a flourishing kingdom. They are already put to death by my arrangement, and you, O Savyasachi, can be but an instrument in the fight. Text 34. Drona, Bhishma, Jayadratha, Karna, and the other great warriors have already been destroyed by me. Therefore, sorry, Prabhu, Hare Krishna. Therefore, kill them and Hare Krishna. Sorry, Prabhu. Therefore, kill them and do not be disturbed. Simply fight, and you will vanquish your enemies in battle. Text 35. Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, O king, after hearing these words from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the trembling Arjuna offered obeisances with folded hands again and again. He fearfully spoke to Lord Krishna in a flattering voice as follows. Text 36. Arjuna said, O master of the senses, the world becomes joyful upon hearing your name, and thus everyone becomes attached to you. Although the perfected beings offer you their respectful homage, the demons are afraid and they flee here and there. All this is rightly done. Text 37. O great one, greater even than Brahma, you are the original creator. Why then should they not offer their respectful obeisances unto you? O limitless one, God of gods, refuge of the universe, you are the invincible source, the cause of the causes, the cause of all causes, transcendental to this material manifestation. Text 38. You are the original personality of Godhead, the oldest, the ultimate sanctuary of this manifested cosmic world. You are the knower of everything, and you are all that is knowable. You are the supreme refuge. Above the material modes, O limitless form, this whole cosmic manifestation is pervaded by you. Text 39. You are air, and you are the supreme controller. You are fire, you are water, and you are the moon. You are Brahma, the first living creature, and you are the great grandfather. I therefore offer my respectful obeisances unto you 1,000 times, and yet again. Text 40. Obeisances to you from the front, from behind, and from all sides. O unbounded power, you are the master of limitless might. You are all pervading, and thus you are everything. Text 41 and 42. Thinking of you as my friend, I have rashly addressed you, O Krishna, O Yadava, O my friend, not knowing your glories. Please forgive whatever I may have done in madness or in love. I have dishonored you many times, jesting as we relaxed, lay on the same bed, or sat or ate together, sometimes alone and sometimes in front of many friends. O infallible one, please excuse me for all those offenses. Text 43. You are the father of this complete cosmic manifestation of the moving and the non moving. You are its worshipable chief, the supreme spiritual master. No one is greater than you, nor can anyone be one with you. How then could there be anyone greater than you within the three worlds, O Lord of immeasurable power? Text 44. You are the Supreme Lord, to be worshipped by every living being. Thus I fall down to offer you my respectful obeisances and ask your mercy. As a father tolerates the impudence of his son, a friend the impertinence of a friend, or a husband the familiarity of his wife, please tolerate the wrongs I may have done to you. Text 45. After seeing this universal form, which I have never seen before, I am gladdened, but at the same time my mind is disturbed with fear. Therefore, please bestow your grace upon me and reveal again your form as the personality of Godhead, O Lord of Lords, O abode of the universe. Text 46. O universal form, O thousand armed Lord, I wish to see you in your four armed form, with helmeted head and with club, wheel, conch, and lotus flower in your hands. I long to see you in that form. Text 47. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjuna, happily have I shown you by my internal potency this supreme universal form within the material world. No one before you have ever seen this primal form, unlimited and full of glaring effulgence. Text 48. O best of the Kuru warriors, no one before you has ever seen this universal form of mine. For neither by studying the Vedas, nor by performing sacrifices, nor by charity, nor by pious activities, nor by severe penances can I be seen in this form in the material world. Text 49. You have been perturbed and bewildered by seeing this horrible feature of mine. Now let it be finished. My devotee, be free again from all disturbances. With a peaceful mind, you can now see the form you desire. Text 50. Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, has spoken thus to Arjuna, displayed his real four-armed form, and at last showed his two-armed form, thus encouraging the fearful Arjuna. Text 51. When Arjuna thus saw Krishna in his original form, he said, O Janardana, seeing this human like form so very beautiful, I am now composed in mind and I am restored to my original nature. Text 52. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjuna, this form of mine you are now seeing is very difficult to behold. Even the demigods are ever seeking the opportunity to see this form which is so dear. Text 53. The form you are seeing with your transcendental eyes cannot be understood simply by studying the Vedas, nor by undergoing serious penances, nor by charity, nor by worship. It is not by these means that one can see me as I am. Text 54. My dear Arjuna, only by undivided devotional service can I be understood as I am, standing before you, and can thus be seen directly. Only in this way can you enter into the mysteries of my understanding. Text 55. My dear Arjuna, he who engages in my pure devotional service, free from the contaminations of fruitive activities and mental speculation, he who works for me, who makes me the supreme goal of his life, and who is friendly to every living being, he certainly comes to me. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Guru. Thank you so much, Guru, for
Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
nicely reading the translations. With that, devotees, we have completed chapter 11. So we are going to take quick prasadam break. So we will end the Zoom now and we will start at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you, devotees, for joining. Hare Krishna.